Let's get ready. Oh. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay. So we got a special presentation in a few minutes, give or take. This is a interesting video that I'm about to play. It has to do with some of this mesmerism. It has to do with the mesmerism. It has to do with the animal magnetism, the mesmerism, the mass hypnosis. But it's very ironic because he does not talk about any of those subjects. But this is what the video is about. As soon as it's done, let's see. 3, 2, 1. 0.9.8. Okay, it's going a little bit slower. Okay, so and let's see here. Okay, now it shall begin. Where's the button at? Let's see, where is that? There it is. Okay. And for our presentation, the following program contains short scenes of real life events. Parental guidance and that.
Ladies and gentlemen, again let me say welcome to our home, and thank you for taking the time to be here. I'm well aware that whether you're here in person or through the medium of motion picture, that for most of you, it's not easy to fit meetings of this kind into your schedules. But the fact that you are here indicates that you do have an interest in the subject, and that means there's a tremendous obligation on my part to develop that subject with the kind of usable information that will make it worth your while. So in order not to waste any of your time, let's dispense with the usual preliminaries and get right down to the business at hand. The title of this presentation is More Deadly Than War, but the subject matter itself is revolution. We're going to examine in quite a bit of detail the communist theory and practice of revolution, particularly as applied to the United States. Now, this will not be something dreamed up out of thin air. This will be the strategy as taught by them and advocated by them in their own manuals, in their textbooks, and in their schools. Now, the organization of this material will lead to 3 rather startling conclusions. The first is that the communist program for revolution in America is divided into 2 phases, violent and nonviolent. The second conclusion is that the strategy for violent revolution calls for chaos, anarchy, mass confusion and panic among the people, a crisis in government, and then, out of the vacuum, the sudden seizure of power by communist-led guerrilla bands. The third conclusion is that the nonviolent phase of revolution actually is more important to the communists and more potentially dangerous to us. Now, the strategy for this phase calls for the gradual transition of our government into a communist regime, done peacefully and legally, but under the banner of socialism. This, then, is the outline of the material that lies ahead. So, let's start right at the beginning with conclusion number 1, which is that the communist program for revolution in America is divided into two phases, violent and nonviolent. Now, a good place to begin is with this communist booklet entitled On the Nature of Revolution, the Marxist Theory of Social Change. It was written by Herbert Aptheker, one of the leading theoreticians of the Communist Party in this country. And on page 11, Aptheker says, "The equating of violence with the nature and process of revolution is not correct. Violence may or may not appear in such a process, and its presence or absence is not a determining feature of the definition." Now, this comes as quite a surprise to many of us because for years we've been used to thinking of communist revolutions only as those which involve the overthrow of governments by force and violence. Now, that entire phrase has been written and spoken so often as a single concept that many of us haven't even considered the possibility that the communists might have another approach to their goal, that they might overthrow the government without force and violence, that they might in fact plan to come to power through means that properly could be called peace and politics. Now, in order to go any further, it'll be necessary for us to define a few terms. When the communists speak of the two kinds of revolution, they don't come right out and say so in plain English. Of course not. You see, they claim to be practicing something called scientific Marxism, and so they have to dress up these crude concepts in elaborate phraseology. For instance, when the communists speak of violent revolution, they describe it as a war of national liberation. Now, the so-called theory behind this is that the people of the country marked for takeover supposedly are an oppressed people. They're dominated by an imperialistic foreign power that has colonized them and exploited them. And so the communists claim that it's their duty, their historic duty, to liberate them from the yoke of fascism or imperialism or colonialism or whatever. Now, naturally, the communist orientation of the movement is played down. They prefer to identify themselves usually as a People's Army of Liberation or a National Liberation Front. Of course, this is the kind of guerrilla warfare we've seen used in China, Algeria, Cuba, South Vietnam, and many other places around the world. But there are other phrases also used to describe the same process. Occasionally, they'll refer to this violent type of revolution as an anti-imperialist war or an anti-colonialist war, but they all equal the same thing. Wars of national liberation, anti-imperialist wars, and anti-colonialist wars are all phrases used to describe that aspect of communist revolution aimed at overthrowing the government by means of force and violence. To describe their nonviolent revolution, the communists most often use the term proletarian revolution, but they also refer to it as the socialist revolution and sometimes as the anti-monopoly struggle. But here again, they all add up to the same thing. The proletarian revolution, the socialist revolution, and the anti-monopoly struggle are all merely different ways in which the communists describe their strategy for overthrowing the government through non-violent means. Well, all right, having defined some of the key phrases, we can return now to the communist literature and be able to understand what they mean when they use these words. Now, in 1960, the representatives from communist parties all over the world gathered in Moscow and issued a joint declaration which included this statement: "Our time, whose main content is the transition of capitalism to socialism, is a time of socialist revolutions and national liberation revolutions." In other words, simply stated, we're living in an era of two kinds of revolution, one violent and the other nonviolent. Now, here's a document published by the Communist Party in this country in 1968. It's entitled "The New Program of the Communist Party USA, a Second Draft." And on this subject, here's what it says. Contemporary revolutions bear two distinctive marks. They are socialist, they are anti-imperialist. More than 1 billion human beings are now embarked on socialist revolution. A larger number is in varying stages of revolution for national liberation. Well, in order to relate this general concept of two kinds of revolution to the specific application here in the United States, it'll be necessary for us to examine rather closely the communist position on what they describe as the Negro question. Now, basically summarized, the communist position on the Negro question is as follows. As early as 1928, the communists declared that the racial differences among our people constituted the weakest and most vulnerable point in our social fabric. By constantly probing and straining at this one spot, they calculated that eventually the cloth could be torn apart and that Americans could be divided, weakened, and perhaps even set against each other in open combat. They said in no unmistakable terms that the Negro people, because of their secondary social status and their predominant working class composition, offered greater revolutionary possibilities than any other cross-section of the population. To develop these possibilities, the communists proclaimed that the American Negro constituted a separate nation within a nation, a colony within the continental borders of the United States. The people of this nation were said to be oppressed and exploited by colonialist, imperialist, racist America. Consequently, the Communist Party called for their liberation, their right to self-determination, to break away from the United States and to set up their own nation within our borders. Now, to bring this about, of course, force and violence must be used. A war of national liberation must be fought. The territory designated for this nation to be liberated was the Black Belt in the South, those counties and states in which the Negro population was dominant. When established, the new nation was to have a Soviet-type government and be totally subservient to the Communist Party. But, and this is extremely important, the Communists made it clear from the very beginning that they could never hope to capture all of the United States with a war of national liberation, only part of it. You see, elsewhere in the world, the segment of the population supposedly liberated by the Communists has been a majority segment. The peasants in China, the Muslims in Algeria, all the people in Cuba. But in the United States, our Negro population is in the minority. And even if the Communists should be successful in creating similar liberation movements among other segments of our people, as they're trying to do, for instance, among Mexican Americans, Puerto Ricans, and even American Indians, even if they should succeed and then amalgamate all of these together into one large liberation movement, it still adds up to a minority of the total population. And the Communists are not stupid. They realize that revolution of force and violence dependent upon a minority is doomed to ultimate failure, except in those areas where they actually do constitute a majority. But they aren't going to settle for just part of the United States. They want all of it. And so they made it clear long ago that their violent war of national liberation must be secondary to the nonviolent proletarian revolution. To take the United States, all of the United States, it'll be necessary, they say, to involve white people as well as black, to create a broad coalition, a revolutionary link between the civil rights movement, organized labor, peace groups, student dissidents, and in general, to escalate the revolution in America from race war to class war. Now this, in a nutshell, is the communist position on the Negro question. Let's turn now to the record and see how the communists themselves explain it. Now, this communist booklet, entitled American Negro Problems, was published in 1928. It was written by John Pepper, alias Joseph Pogany. Now, Pogany was sent to this country as the personal envoy of Joseph Stalin, and his specific mission was to bring the American Communist Party into line with the policies and directives from Moscow, particularly with regard to the Negro question. And here is what Pogany said. The Communist Party of America, in its fight against imperialism, must recognize clearly the tremendous revolutionary possibilities of the liberation movement of the Negro people. It is the basic duty of the Communist Party to develop all revolutionary possibilities of the Negro race. The Black Belt in the South constitutes virtually a colony within the body of the United States of America. Self-determination means the right to establish their own state, to erect their own government if they choose to do so. The Communist Party of America must come out openly and unreservedly for the right of national self-determination for the Negroes. But It would be a major mistake to believe that there can be any other revolution in imperialist America than a proletarian revolution. Now let me repeat that last sentence, because it's the key to this entire presentation. It would be a major mistake to believe that there can be any other revolution in imperialist America than a proletarian revolution. Well, moving forward to the year 1935, we come to this communist booklet entitled The Negroes in a Soviet America, written by James Ford and James Allen. Beginning on page 24, the general strategy is laid out in rather graphic form. You see, there's a major heading here entitled The Negro and Revolution. Directly beneath this, there's a subheading entitled Two Revolutions in One. And then within this section, it says, the problem of Negro liberation has two aspects. We shall first consider each separately and then show how the solution for the first flows into the solution for the second. Now,
keep in mind he's reading from a Soviet book, as well as the other book was a Soviet book. The Soviets are playing games with people's, playing games with ethnicities. Right.
The next subheading then is entitled The Rebellion of an Oppressed Nation. And the section that follows that describes the violent revolution that must be fought to liberate the black belt of the South. And then finally, over in the next page, there's another subheading entitled The Proletarian Revolution. And here we begin to get an idea finally of what this phase of the revolution is all about. It says, capitalism is decaying. It is an outworn system. Capitalism is based upon the private ownership of machines, factories, railroads, land, and all other means of production. Only one thing can do away with the basis for the existence of capitalism, the expropriation of the capitalists. And by the way, I'm sure you realize that everyone here, by communist definition at least, is a capitalist. So you should feel good to know that there are those who are planning your expropriation someday. In order to expropriate the capitalists, the workers first need to discard the existing government machinery and to institute a working class government. Under this new workers' government, the building of socialism begins. Now, exactly what that's all about, the building of socialism, we'll get to in a moment. But finally, on page 28, under the third subheading entitled The Combination of Two Revolutions, the communists reveal how the two phases of their revolution are related to each other and which of the two is most important to them. Between the proletarian revolution and the revolution of the Negro people, there is a living link. This is the working class. Here reposes the leadership of the two aspects of the revolution. But the Negro communist is first and foremost the exponent of the proletarian revolution. Well, 1935 is a long time ago. And sometimes we hear it
So in other words, Moscow is using black people.
Said that the communists have since abandoned this concept. But
and all these people, they think it's all it's gonna bring about some great wonderful thing. It's all fucking a con artist game. Fucking all those communists got so much money from fucking Wall Street that fucking the Soviet Union couldn't exist for the last 150 years if they weren't, granted extreme expenditures from Rothschild to Lenin, for example, $90 million. Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, they cannot abandon it, for the simple reason that if they did so, they'd be abandoning the classic dual form of revolution dictated by Marxism-Leninism. They'd cease to be communists. To justify violence, they have to be able to claim that they're liberating people. And if people are to be liberated, then it's necessary to go through the motions, at least, of pretending that they have a right to form a nation of their own. And so the communist position on the Negro question today is no different than it was back in 1928. Now, Political Affairs is the official monthly magazine of the Communist Party in this country. The date on this particular issue is November 1968. The feature article for that month was The Right of Black America to Create a Nation, written by communist theoretician Claude Lightfoot. Now, Lightfoot points out that many years of migration of Negroes into the North and of Caucasians into the South have altered the population statistics to the point where the black belt is considerably smaller today than it was when the communist position on the Negro question was first drafted. Therefore, he says, the concept of a Negro nation must not necessarily be restricted to just one large territory in the South, but must be expanded now to include the so-called ghetto areas in the North. So having updated the basic strategy to reflect present realities, he then repeats the same old communist line. On page 9, he says, we should call for a plebiscite of all black Americans on whether they want to remain in the general Commonwealth or to establish another nation within the continental United States. Thus, the slogan of self-determination today means the struggle for the right of black America to form a nation if it elects to do so. Now, in passing, ladies and gentlemen, you may have wondered why the Communist Party has been a staunch...
Also, keep in mind there's a polar opposite to the Moscow thing, which is the KKK stuff, which has the quote-unquote invisible empire, which I believe is connected to the Nazis. That's a long story.
Supporter of the drive to place a black studies curriculum into our high schools and colleges. Well, the reason becomes obvious the minute you take a look at the textbooks and the study guides. The net effect of these courses on the students who enroll is to create...
I forgot to say it, but the KKK and stuff, they're all just pushing for a different kind of socialism. They all want different socialisms. They all want to
create a consciousness of nation. By stressing the historical and cultural differences between our black and white citizens instead of the similarities, the predictable impact upon the student is such that he'll view the communist call for a separate nation with far more acceptance than his parents did. Under the guise of academic balance, these courses have become a brilliant device for conditioning young people to accept still one more part of the total program for revolution. But returning once again to Claude Lightfoot, after having called for a separate nation, he then repeats the ever-important point that as important as the national liberation movement may be, it still must be secondary in importance to the nonviolent, peaceful transition to communism.
Keep in mind the communists are running the what is that called? The foundational FBL, FBA, that's what it's called. Foundational
communism called the Socialist Revolution. He says, from this it follows that the advocates of a black nation must identify themselves with all that is required to set up a socialist America, recognizing that black people alone could never destroy capitalism. To digress again for just a moment, I'd like to point out that this concept of two kinds of revolution is really the basis for that much publicized split between Moscow and Peking. The Moscow group says, there are two kinds of revolution, violent and nonviolent. We believe in using either or both, depending on which combination proves to be the most effective. But as true Marxist-Leninists, we believe that the gradual, nonviolent approach is more effective in today's modern world. To which the Peking group shouts in reply, heresy, heresy. True, there are two kinds of revolution, and we are to practice either or both, but we are the true Marxist-Leninists, for we believe that the quick, violent approach is more effective in today's modern world. And there's the total difference between the two factions of world communism. Each claims to be more correct in its interpretation of classical communist strategy. But as far as the United States is concerned, you can be sure that it makes precious little difference. Both types of revolution are being used against us today. Both are enhanced by the presence of the other, and both lead to exactly the same destination. All right, let's move along now to the second conclusion. The strategy for violent revolution in America calls for chaos, anarchy, destruction, a crisis in government, mass confusion and panic among the people, and then out of the vacuum, the sudden seizure of power by communist-led guerrilla bands. Now, this is the kind of activity, the overthrow of government by force and violence, that most people think of when they speak about communist revolutions, so there's no need to belabor the point. But I'm going to take just a moment to to show the extent to which the communists actually are planning to use this kind of revolution against the United States. Now, this is not so well known. Now, here is a book that I think ought to be in every home library. It's entitled Color, Communism, and Common Sense by Manning Johnson. Now, as you can see from his photograph, Manning Johnson was a Negro, and he was also a member of the Communist Party. He joined the party as a young man because he honestly believed that the communists were trying to improve the conditions of his people. He was a dedicated communist, and eventually he rose to one of the highest ranks. He was appointed to the National Negro Commission of the Communist Party, USA. But after many years, Manning Johnson finally came to the realization that the communists weren't the least bit interested in improving the conditions of the Negro people. He discovered that instead they were merely planning to use his people, and these are his words, to use them as cannon fodder in a bloody revolution to destroy America. And when he woke up to this, he dropped out of the party and devoted the rest of his life trying to alert his fellow citizens of all races to the true nature of the Communist Party as he knew it to be from the inside. And this book contains much of that story. I wish I had the time to examine the entire volume with you page by page, but here at least is one short quotation that pertains to the immediate topic. Manning Johnson said, "Black rebellion was what Moscow wanted. Bloody racial conflict would split America. During the confusion, demoralization and panic would set in. Then finally the Reds say," now at this point he quotes verbatim from a communist directive that he studied while inside the party. "Workers stop work. Many of them seize arms by attacking arsenals. Street fights become frequent. Under the leadership of the Communist Party, the workers organize revolutionary committees to be in command of the uprising. Armed workers seize the principal government offices, invade the residences of the president and his cabinet members, arrest them, declare the old regime abolished, establish their own power." Now, here is a piece of vicious communist propaganda that perhaps some of you have seen. It's called The Crusader. It's published periodically in Red China and is widely circulated through the Negro communities here in America. It's written by Robert F. Williams, one of the organizers of the Revolutionary Action Movement, better known as RAM. Williams also was the president of the local chapter of the NAACP in Monroe, North Carolina. At that time, needless to say, he wasn't telling very many people that he was also a member of the Communist Party. Now, one day back in 1961, he decided to start a small war of national liberation of his own. Apparently, he was too impatient to wait for the big signal. So finally, to avoid prosecution for assault with a deadly weapon and for kidnapping, he fled to Cuba and then to Red China, where he now writes communist propaganda. One other thing you should know about Robert Williams is that recently he was elected by members of SNCC, CORE, RAM, the NAACP, and similar groups as the president in exile of something called the Republic of New Africa. Following the communist line in every detail, these men claim that they're the representatives of a new government and a new nation within the continental borders of the United States. They issued a demand to the State Department that a large segment of land be turned over to them as their rightful territory. The proclamation said that they're now prepared to negotiate in good faith the peaceful transfer to them of the southern portion of the United States. The implication being, of course, that if they don't get it peacefully, then they'll just have to take it by force and violence. Already, the Republic of New Africa has established a central headquarters in Mississippi, and its leaders in the north are actively recruiting a Black Panther guerrilla force and what they call a Revolutionary Freedom Corps, the RFC, from among black militant students to act as organizers and to set up local provisional governments, as they call them, in the so-called ghetto areas. But the reason I've mentioned all this is merely to introduce properly one Robert F. Williams, the president in exile of this Republic of New Africa and the author of The Crusader. Now here is what Robert Williams says. The lifeblood of U.S. capitalism is its productive capacity and its extensive commerce. If these two factors were to become paralyzed and rendered sterile, the orderly function of the government establishment would degenerate into a state of chaos, and the superstructure of the system would collapse. The more automated a society is, the more vulnerable it is to forces of calamity. What would highly mechanized America be without electrical power? What would it be without modern transportation? What would it be without its industrial capacity? And then, having asked these questions, Robert Williams proceeds to explain in minute detail exactly how to manufacture the devices that can be used by a mere handful of people to ensure that highly automated America will lose its electrical power, its modern transportation, and its industrial capacity. I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that less than a dozen people, if they know what they're doing, can reduce any of our major cities into a helpless, seething mass of confusion, panic, and death. Just one person can poison the city's entire water supply, or destroy the main aqueduct, or blow up the principal pumping stations. And where would people in Los Angeles, for instance, get a drink of water if it didn't come out of a pipe? And how long can a human being survive without water? 4 or 5 days, perhaps? But long before that, there'd be tens of thousands of people dead in our cities, not from thirst, but because they were unable to defend what water they had from roving bands of desperate people who were dying of thirst. And that's thinking only of the loss of water. In your mind's eye, compound that with no food, no electricity, no way to dispose of sewage, no police protection, no water pressure to fight fires, no radio or TV, no telephone, no buses, no gasoline for your car, no way to escape, no place to go if you could. And don't think for a minute that the countryside would be immune from disaster either. In this issue of the Crusader, the communists call not only for extensive chaos within the cities, but for putting to the torch every village, every forest, every field, and every barn. The plan is for raging fires from one city to the next. The reason? Well, first, there's the value of sheer destruction. Secondly, it would force us to deploy our defenses and rescue units over the widest possible area. The communists point out that as long as our police and National Guard remain concentrated, they're invincible. But if they can be forced to spread out over the entire city and into the countryside as well, then they can be picked off from ambush one by one. And the third value of massive fire to the communists is psychological. The average American, they say, soft and decadent, when he sees billows of black smoke rising from one horizon to the other, when at night the only light he has to see by is the flickering red from flames leaping into the sky, he'll become paralyzed with fear and panic. He'll run away and hide and do nothing to interfere with the guerrilla bands as they strike at the community's power centers. The Crusader explains how to set up sniper units in crowded metropolitan areas, how to manufacture jumbo Molotov cocktails, the gallon jug size, and how to mix the gasoline with certain ingredients to make it burn like napalm, how to pour gasoline into utility manholes in the streets to set fire to the main telephone cables, how to put sulfur tips from matches into air conditioning units and blow up large buildings.
Jesus Christ. G. Edward Griffin is going a little bit overboard with giving examples. Excuse his retardation.
How to ignite gas mains and oil storage tanks. It explains how radio-controlled model airplanes can be used to fly explosive heavily guarded fences into gasoline storage areas or munition stockpiles. It even calls for infiltration into the National Guard units. Revolutionaries posing as non-militants for the purpose of getting free military training and for gaining access to critical military supplies and heavy weapons.
So, pause this for a second. All these people that are all apologetic towards Russia and all these people that think communism is good and stuff, they're insane. They don't know what communism is, and that communism is very evil, and that we do not want communism in our country, obviously. And that during the pandemic, the communist radicals were burning the meat factories down all across the country. Multiple meat factories were burned down, and the radical communist ideologies which spread through the fucking stupid minds of the city people. That's just fucking retarded. It's insane. They're all fucking very dumb and very. Anyways, back to the video.
And then, finally, Robert Williams says this. Any all-out minority revolution must create a state of crisis wherein almost all of the male population would be forced to remain in their homes to protect their property and families. The middle class is very large, but it is not accustomed to deprivation and terror. Because of its affluence, it has waxed soft. It has no stomach for massive fire, blood, and violence. The motive force behind its life drive is its endless pursuit of prestige, conspicuous consumption, and sensual pleasure. A few years of violent, sporadic, and highly destructive uprisings will set the stage for the grand finale. After the stage is properly set through protracted struggle, America could be brought to her knees in 90 days of highly organized, fierce fighting, sabotage, and massive firestorm. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no evaluation would be complete if we failed to note that the communist blueprint calls also for white retaliation and violence in the black communities. It's a very important objective for the Communist Party. So far, they've only been able to involve a small percentage of our Negro people in this war of national liberation. The great majority want no part of it in any form. But the one sure way to change that is to have white vigilante groups striking into the Negro sections supposedly to seek revenge. We mustn't kid ourselves into thinking that the communists have placed their agitators only into the black communities. They're working both sides of the street. They want hatred, violence, and bloodshed between the races, and they don't care how they get it or whom they use, even children if necessary. Part of the plan calls for commando squads of black revolutionaries to drive into the white residential areas and shoot little children playing on the sidewalks for the sole purpose of drawing out of the white communities violent retaliation into the black.
Think about that lady that got stabbed in New York City or some shit on the train. Think about all sorts of different scenarios that are all fucked up, and these fucking radical fucking criminals are fucking evil as fuck.
Communities. Now, this is extremely important to the communists. They must have it. For in this way, they plan to unite the entire Negro population for protection behind the militant minority. It's not a very pretty picture, but it's one we need to understand so that no matter what happens to us or to our families, God willing, we'll have the strength at least to avoid doing anything that would play further into the hands of the communists. Ladies and gentlemen, the plans and preparations for a communist revolution of force and violence are far advanced. The organization behind these preparations has almost unlimited financial resources, and it provides both training and leadership based upon years of experience in many other countries. Our enemies are deadly serious about their task, and it's nothing short of national suicide for us to continue to ignore their plans and their progress. Well, all right, having said this, now I'm going to qualify it somewhat by turning to conclusion number 3. As important as the strategy for violent revolution is, and it certainly cannot be overstressed, nevertheless, the strategy for nonviolent revolution is even more important to the communists and more potentially fatal to us. So let's turn next to that part of the total picture.
Switch cameras.
Ladies and gentlemen, as pointed out previously, the communists can never hope to come to power over the entire United States through a so-called war of national liberation of a minority population. They can capture a large portion of it, and they can create an awful lot of chaos and destruction everywhere else. But to take the country as a whole will require an entirely different approach. The violent revolution becomes of primary value to the communists to the extent to which it can be used to condition the masses psychologically to accept the non-violent revolution, which is offered supposedly as the only alternative. Hoping to avoid further violence and bloodshed, the public is to be pressured into accepting measures that will move the country gradually and legally toward communism, but without calling it that. The strategy of the proletarian revolution calls for the quiet conversion of our government into a communist regime, but under the banner of socialism. Well, what is socialism? All right, let's define it. According to the dictionary, socialism is a political concept based upon the principle of government ownership and control of property, the means of production, and the avenues of commerce. But the important thing, as far as this presentation is concerned, is how do the communists define it? And this is where many people are surprised to learn that the communists have an entirely different meaning for the word socialism than the average American has. Did you know that there isn't a single communist country in existence anywhere on earth? That's right, not one. Russia isn't a communist country. Red China isn't. Cuba certainly isn't. These are socialist lands. That's how communist leaders always describe them. You see, according to the teachings of Karl Marx, communism will come to this world only in some future utopian era, when men will have learned to live together in perfect harmony, when they'll no longer be greedy or competitive, when they'll want to share equally with their fellow human beings and have nothing better than anyone else. When this comes to pass, there'll no longer be any need for police or for government of any kind. And then, he said, the state will wither away. When that happens, said Marx, it will be communism. In the meantime, comrades, whenever we come to power, we shall call it socialism. So the next time you hear a communist spokesman stand before a college audience or a TV camera and say innocently that all the communists are doing here in America is working for socialism, you must understand what he means by that word. What he's really saying is all the communists are doing is trying to bring to America exactly the same thing they now have in the Soviet Union and Red China. Now, they can call that socialism if they want to, but most Americans, I think, would describe that over there as communism. The new program of the Communist Party on this subject has this to say. The term socialism describes but the first stage of a new society that in its full development is called communism. Socialism is a transitional stage. Well, the important question, though, is why do the communists promote socialism? Is it merely because they honestly believe that it's a necessary transitional stage to some higher, more perfect form of society? I don't think so. I doubt very much if the communist leaders believe their own fairy tale. And I'm sure they're not so naive as to believe that their present super state is ever really going to wither away. But they promote socialism just the same because they know that socialism, by definition, means control over people. If the government owns and controls all property, all means of production, and all avenues of commerce, then it controls all people. If we're dependent upon the government for our food, our clothing, our shelter, our jobs, our medical care, then we're far more effectively controlled by those who hold political power than...
What percentage of the population works for the government? Imagine. Because Cooper says if 50% of the population of any country works for the government, then it's that's not capitalism.
They stood over us with soldiers and weapons. Some years ago, I happened to attend a meeting where several anti-communist refugees from behind the Iron Curtain were called upon to relate their personal experiences. Some of the questions that came from the audience were rather naive, I suppose, because finally one of the refugees spoke up and he said, "You know, you Americans have funny ideas about life under communism. Apparently you think there's a communist soldier standing on every street corner with a rifle and bayonet to keep the people in line. But this isn't so. He said, oh, sure, in the beginning there were plenty of soldiers and executions and deportations to slave labor camps, but we don't see much of that anymore. The open violence lasted only for about a year or a year and a half, and then the anti-communist leadership was liquidated. And now, to the casual observers, there's a great deal of apparent calm and freedom. For instance, he said, I lived in the largest city in the country. We had a large park there directly across the street from a beautiful church. He said they left one church open, one in the entire country, primarily for guided tours of visiting Americans who had come to see if religion was being persecuted. He said, anytime I wanted to, I could have gone into that park, stood on a bench, and spoken out against communism. Then I could have walked across the street into that church and knelt down in prayer, and I wouldn't have been arrested or bothered in any way. But you can be sure I did not do these things, because if I had, the very next day, the wheels of the bureaucracy would have begun to turn, and I would have been informed that my quota of food stamps had been cut, that my allotment for clothing and shoes had been reduced, that my allocation for living quarters had been downgraded, and finally, that my job assignment had been changed from the kind of work for which I'd been trained to menial labor at lower pay. So none of us did any of those things that we were theoretically entitled to do because of the tremendous power that the Communist Party had over our economic existence. And then he said something that I'll never forget. He hesitated for a moment, and weighing his words very carefully so as not to hurt our feelings, he said, you know, I came to America expecting to find a nation of free men. But instead, I find exactly the same thing. Everywhere I look, I see men and women who know that communists are making headway in this country. They know that something must be done and that someone must stand up to them. But they themselves do nothing. They remain silent because they're afraid that if they speak out or take a stand publicly, it'll be bad for business. They may lose a client. They may even lose their jobs.
All the celebrities that won't speak out against communism, that all fucking chew up the fucking PC bullshit and regurgitate it.
Or perhaps they're receiving a regular government check and already are too dependent upon some of the very people and programs they know they should oppose. And then he said, these men voluntarily have gone behind the Iron Curtain. They're already taken over by the communists. The only difference is that for the present at least, they can still get out any time they really want to, and we could not. I think there's a great lesson to be learned from that because it's true, isn't it? There are many men who are physically brave beyond any question when it comes to standing up against a tyranny that threatens with armies. Some of them carry the actual scars of battle to prove it. But when it comes to this new kind of war, they're lost to the fight. When there is no battlefield, when the weapons are not rifles or bombs but economic pressures, then who is your enemy? How do you fight? Where do you begin? It's precisely for these reasons that any modern dictatorship must have control over the economic sphere of all human activity. This was true of Nazism, it was true of fascism, it's true of communism, and it's also true of socialism. Regardless of what name we give it, total government control is by definition totalitarianism. That's what the word means. Now, Leon Trotsky, as you recall, was one of the original Bolsheviks who led the communist revolution in Russia. In 1937, Trotsky wrote a book entitled The Revolution Betrayed. And in this book, here's what he said. The basis of bureaucratic rule is the poverty of society in objects of consumption. When there is enough goods in a store, the purchasers can come whenever they want to. When there is little goods, the purchasers are compelled to stand in line. When the lines are very long, it's necessary to appoint a policeman to keep order. Such is the starting point of the power of the Soviet bureaucracy. It knows who is to get something and who has to wait. And ladies and gentlemen, there's no better description than that of why the communists work to promote socialism. No matter whose definition you use, under socialism, those who run the government, and the communists are confident that in America they eventually will be the ones who do so, those who run the government will know who is to get something and who has to wait. And that represents control over human beings.
They've created classism through lawyers having a totally different legal, lawyers are a different class of people. Literally, they have rights and powers that we do not, and that even like a car dealership or something. Somebody that owns a car dealership, they've got the number to the Secretary of State. They can just call the Secretary of State anytime they want and talk to a real person and get a quick fucking thing. But no, you have to make an appointment. You have to wait, blah blah. You can't just call them up and ask one simple little question or something. And that they've done this with some, but like same way with like lawyer type shit, fucking anyway, back to this.
What has all this to do with the communist revolution in America? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has everything to do with it, because the building of socialism is the communist revolution in America. It represents the process whereby our country can be moved gradually toward communism without the people even being aware of it. No matter what grievance we may have, real or imagined, no matter what national problems we may face, the communists seize upon these as excuses to build socialism. They have one and only one solution for all problems: more government, and then more and more until it's total government. And forgive me for saying it one more time, total government is communism. Again, let's turn to the record. Shortly after the Watts riot in 1965, the Communist Party brought out this pamphlet entitled The Watts Upsurge, a Communist Appraisal. And here is what it said. The challenge of the Watts explosion can be met only by a truly massive program, a vast increase in the investments in the War Against Poverty program. What is called for is not only a total economic opportunity program for wiping out unemployment and for proper job training, but a program for the total reconstruction of the area. Now, the People's World, the official West Coast newspaper of the Communist Party, in its August 28, 1965 issue, ran this rather interesting editorial. What is needed now is an effort that begins to approximate the magnitude of the problem. As a minimum, such a program should demand massive emergency action by the federal government. Well, then, 6 months later, after this particular article, the Communist Party came out with this. It's called The New Program of the Communist Party, but this was the first draft, published in 1966. And here's what it said. We favor full use of federal powers to achieve these objectives. Now, as I read this, listen carefully to see if it doesn't sound familiar, perhaps like something you've heard from more respectable sources. Government assumption of responsibility for assuring a guaranteed annual wage. Complete cradle-to-the-grave social insurance coverage, including all medical care. Equal educational opportunities for all, with acceptance of the principle of student stipends. A national reconstruction plan to end ghettos and slums and provide the nation with a modern rapid transit system operated as a public service. And passage of a National Youth Act that will ensure education, vocational training, and employment at decent wages for the younger generation. Does that sound familiar? Well, ladies and gentlemen, if it reminds you somewhat of the Great Society, it's because it is the Great Society, lock, stock, and barrel. Gus Hall, head of the Communist Party, explained it this way. This is the January 24th, 1965 issue of The Worker, and Gus Hall said, "The communist attitude toward the Great Society can be summarized in an old saying that two men sleeping in the same bed can have different dreams. We communists support every measure of the Great Society concept because we dream of socialism." And when you recall what Gus Hall means when he says socialism, then you realize that the communists support the welfare programs of the Great Society, the New Deal, the New Frontier, or whatever they decide to call it in the future, because they dream of bringing communism to America through these programs. The next question of importance is, how do the communists promote socialism? Certainly it takes far more than a mere declaration of intent, more than writing a few books. How can they bring it off, especially when there are so few of them? How can they manipulate the vast majority into accepting socialism when they really don't want it? Well, here again we find that they have a plan. The strategy is precise and well tested. It's called revolutionary parliamentarianism. Now, the general strategy employed is a political pincers movement, and these are the terms the communists use to describe it. A pincers movement applying political pressure from above and from below. Now, when they talk about pressure from above, they mean using their people and their influence within the very government marked for takeover to bring forward official recommendations for legislation. These come from the highest possible levels and carry the full prestige of the government. The recommendations, of course, are offered supposedly as solutions to national problems, but when passed into law, their only real effect is to vastly increase the power of government and to move the country that much closer toward the ultimate goal. The pressure from below, then, involves using their influence over the various mass membership organizations of the country to create the appearance of great popular support for these recommendations. Of course, the members of those organizations must never suspect that they're being used to promote the communist program. Now, the silent majority, the average person with no particular axe to grind, is caught right in the middle. He looks above and sees highly respected spokesmen for government calling for socialist legislation. He looks below and sees mobs of demonstrators shouting for the same thing. He says to himself, has everyone gone crazy, or is it me? Now, he's still in the majority, of course, but he doesn't know it. He thinks he's helplessly outnumbered, and he bows to what he thinks is the democratic will of the majority. All that remains, then, is for the duly elected legislators to place their own careers and political expediency above the best interests of the nation, to yield to this political pressure and pass the legislation into law. Then the whole process starts all over again with new recommendations from above, new demands from below, and finally, new capitulation.
The communists all say, oh, I just better scoot up a little bit. The communists all say, Stalin, Lenin, Marx, all of them, they all say that democracy and socialism are symbiotic. They are one. If there is no democracy, there is no socialism. If there is no socialism, then there is no democracy. They're symbiotic. And then Marx and Lenin and Stalin, so they all say the goal of socialism is communism. And so they are communist. Democracy is communism. It's all fucking communism. They're all a bunch of fucking commie bastards.
In the halls of Congress. In this way, the nation can move to the left in giant strides until the ultimate goal of communism itself is reached entirely legally through the constitutional process and in the name of the nation.
This is G. Edward Griffin. And see, he didn't know about the complexities of the UN Charter. Now the communists created a loophole to which they could create legislature outside of Congress. without consent of Congress, and that then they could enforce it in any country they wanted to through the UN Charter, which was protected by our own supremacy clause, which gave the communists more power than you want to know. I'm talking about the communists, the UN, Rockefeller, all these fucking people. They're fucking they've destroyed our constitution, and well, they're just scumbags. It's the best thing to do is to study, learn, understand, and then just spread the word.
Now, this government pamphlet entitled The New Role of National Legislative Bodies in the Communist Conspiracy is a reprint of 2 chapters taken from a communist textbook used in Czechoslovakia. It was written by Jan Kozak, the historian and theoretician of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party. This is one of the manuals used to teach communist cadre how the tactic of revolutionary parliamentarianism was used successfully in Czechoslovakia and how it might be applied to other countries as well. So, as I read this, even though Kozak is speaking of how they did it in Czechoslovakia, think in terms of how the same strategy might be used, or perhaps is being used, right here in America. Kozak said, "The pressure from above successfully employed by our workers' class was the use made of the organs holding powers, the government, parliament, national committees, for bringing about a wide popularization of revolutionary demands and slogans. The fact that such demands and recommendations emanated directly from the highest state organs had a strong influence on their popularization. Whereas pressure from above is the pressure exerted by the organs of the state, pressure from below is the pressure exerted by the popular masses. The united mass organizations, which were led and influenced to a large extent by the communists, represented in this way the direct reserves of the party."
Think about that movie Snowpiercer. The guy's going up the train that's going around the world forever, and the leader of the poor people is he finds out when he gets to the end of the train that the leader of the poor people is at the head of the train with the rich dude, and that they're both hand in hand.
All
Also, from above, such as Amazon, they're a huge corporation which is moving towards communism. What's another one? And then below is all these bands and movies and stuff made by rich people at the very peak, and then and that the movies all and the bands and stuff pretend to be all poor and cater to the real poor people, quote unquote, but they're not, or that it's all just a bunch of bullshit.
the old proven forms of the struggle were employed: calling of protest meetings, passing of resolutions, sending of delegations, organizing mass demonstrations, and also eventually using strikes, including general strikes. The pressure from below made it impossible for the other parties which had numerical superiority to isolate the communists and to stop the revolution. Thus it made up for the numerical weakness of the revolutionary representatives. Progress toward socialism may take under these circumstances a democratic and constitutional course. All the changes which in their entirety represent a revolutionary transformation of the capitalist society into a socialist one will proceed absolutely legally and in the name of the nation. Is it possible, do you suppose, that revolutionary parliamentarianism is being used against America today? Is there any evidence of this kind of pressure from above? Well, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do to answer that question is read some of the official reports and recommendations that have been pouring out in a steady stream for years from the bureaus, special agencies, and commissions of the federal government. Consider, for example, just those reports issued by the various President's Commissions: the President's Commission on Automation, the President's Commission on Crime, the President's Commission on Civil Rights, to name just a few. Now, this is perhaps the most classic recent example. It's the report of the President's National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, better known as the Kerner Report, released to the public in March of 1968. Have you read this? It's incredible. The list of recommendations supposedly to remove the causes of civil disorders in America reads almost identical to the new program of the Communist Party. And that's not much of an exaggeration either. It calls for the vast expansion of all welfare programs and agencies. It suggests absorbing all city, county, and state welfare programs into one gigantic federal welfare program. And why have state socialism when you can have national socialism?
10th Amendment.
It calls for a government-guaranteed minimum wage. It calls for federal financing and control of every conceivable sphere of human activity: education, housing, transportation, even insurance policies. It calls for strict gun control laws and even recommends the creation of a national police force. Well, naturally, it doesn't call it that by name. It refers to it as the National Law Enforcement Center. But there's no doubt as to what its ultimate form will be, especially since it's to operate in conjunction with the Defense Department. But the most incredible thing about this report, I think, is not the list of recommendations. That's almost expected from groups of this kind nowadays. The real shocker lies in its findings, the discoveries it made. Here was a body of men, highly respected, with the prestige and financial resources of the federal government at their disposal. Their task was to uncover all of the causes of civil disorders in our land, and to do so impartially with favor or malice to no one, let the chips fall where they may. Now, would you suppose that the Communist Party played some tiny, microscopic role in the riots, the campus disorders, the assaults against police? Well, you're mistaken. Just because the leaders of these revolutionary movements carry the Viet Cong flag, pay homage to Che Guevara, travel frequently to Moscow and Peking, preach against capitalism, promote the building of socialism, follow the communist line without deviation, and move in perfect unison in every major city, that doesn't prove anything. According to the Kerner Report, the communists are playing absolutely no role at all in civil disorders. Look it up in the index. Here's a book with over 600 pages.
He's saying that the communists are denying everything. And that he was being sarcastic when he said that one statement. That they're
of fine print dealing with all of the causes of civil turmoil. And the words communism or communist aren't found even once. Not even to say that they looked into it and found it not to be an important factor.
So in other words, the communists are hiding their doctrine. They'll the same way with Illuminati. The Illuminati will not use the term Illuminati. Communists will not say communists. Because they're fucking communists. They're fucking Illuminati.
Which is the expected cliche today. Apparently, the internal threat of communism is no longer even worth looking into. But what about the other half of the pincers? Is there any evidence of pressure from below? Well, consider the nature of such things as the mass action tactics of the Selma March of 1965, the various peace marches and civil rights marches held in almost every major city in the intervening years, the Poor People's Campaign and Resurrection City. What are these? Do they truly represent an expression of the majority of Americans, or are they merely well-organized pressure groups putting on an impressive show to create the illusion of vast popular support? And what effect does this have on Congress? Every time there's a new show of strength, doesn't Congress buckle under the political pressure and pass into law the recommendations previously made by some commission or agency of the federal government? And hasn't the silent majority been caught between these pincers? And hasn't the country been taking giant strides to the left through our constitutional process and in the name of the nation? The entire process was best described, I think, by Martin Luther King. He wrote an article for Saturday Review, which appeared in the April 3rd, 1965 issue. And here is how he described it. The goal of the demonstrations in Selma, as elsewhere, is to dramatize the existence of injustice and to bring about the presence of justice by means of non-violence. Long years of experience indicate to us that Negroes can achieve this goal when four things occur. 1. Nonviolent demonstrators go into the streets to exercise their constitutional rights. 2. Racists resist by unleashing violence against them. 3. Americans of conscience, in the name of decency, demand federal intervention and legislation. And 4. The administration, under mass pressure, initiates measures of immediate intervention and remedial legislation. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a perfect description of how pressure from below is being used in America today to further the nonviolent proletarian revolution. You know, it always bothers me when I have to agree with the communists. It doesn't happen very often, but every once in a while I'll read something in the communist press that is 100% correct. It comes out in their favor even without their having to lie about it. And here's an example. In the People's World, the January 29, 1966 issue, the communists said, "The problem is that the power structure that runs both of the old political parties seems to have great difficulty in comprehending what is taking place in the Negro freedom movement. They don't know a revolution when they see one." And all I can say to that is amen. They sure don't. They call it everything under the sun except a revolution. And they're the same people, by and large, who still tell you it can't happen here. Ladies and gentlemen, not only can it happen here, not only is it happening here, but it has been happening here for years. The problem is that most of us haven't been able to recognize a revolution in all of its forms when we saw one. Well, all right, so what do we do about it? What are the countermeasures that need to be taken? And where do we begin? We begin by knowing what not to do, because if we do the wrong things, obviously that's worse than doing nothing at all. For example, as I'm sure everyone here is well aware, we must not be led into placing the blame for the riots, the civil disorders, on the Negro people of our nation. Even those few who are promoting hatred and violence in the black communities are not themselves the cause. They're merely being used by forces far bigger than they are to promote the violent phase of the revolution in America. Just as many white people are being used, I might add, by those same forces to promote the non-violent phase. Secondly, and this too almost goes without saying, we mustn't resort to violence either as a means of furthering political or social goals. And we must do everything humanly possible to discourage others from doing so. Third, we must not be fooled into thinking that the causes of our civil turmoil are such things as poverty, poor housing, lack of education, and similar social or economic factors. As a matter of fact, most of today's self-styled revolutionaries, black and white, come from good homes, could earn better than average incomes if they wanted to work. And in fact, they're products of some of the finest institutions of higher learning. We shouldn't be indifferent to the social and economic conditions of those in need, and we should do all we can within the concepts of economic and political freedom to improve those conditions. But let's not kid ourselves into thinking that these are the causes of our national problems today. Fourth, we must not look to the expansion of government and government programs as the solution. As I hope I've made it clear by now, this is exactly what the communists want us to do, because it's the very process whereby they hope to come to power in this country through nonviolent means. These are the things we must not do. What then does that leave on the positive side? Well, first of all, and perhaps most obvious of all, we must support our local police. But that means a lot more than just putting a bumper sticker on the car. It means taking an active interest in civic affairs to ensure that the police aren't saddled with so-called civilian review boards. Nothing can be quite so damaging to police morale and efficiency as converting every arrest into a trial of the policeman instead of the criminal. To support your local police also means making sure they remain independent of control from Washington. And don't forget, whatever the federal government finances today, it shall control tomorrow. Next on the list, we must recapture the American faith in the free enterprise system. Capitalism has become almost a dirty word in some places, mainly because its defenders were busy enjoying the fruits of capitalism while its enemies were busy writing books and giving lectures. Consequently, capitalism has retreated steadily before the onslaught of socialism and now is struggling for its very existence. Young and old, we must...
Yeah, you guys don't understand a lot of stuff. Because you're youngsters, you don't know what's going on. You don't get it. The graduated income tax is part of the Communist Manifesto. Everybody sits and bitches about, oh, the government's taking a third of my check. Wake up, you stupid little communists. We're fucking in communism right now. Fucking, and that violence is not the answer.
Must become students again and study the theories of Madison and Jefferson, Bastiat and von Mises, just as intently as our enemies pursue the pages of Marx and Lenin, Galbraith and Keynes. Not only must we become grounded in theory, but we must become advocates and spokesmen as well. We must know what we stand for as well as what we oppose. Next, and this is probably the most difficult task of all, we must carry this message regarding the dual nature of communist revolution to our friends, our neighbors, our business associates, and everyone who will listen. Now, this is hard by and large because people don't want to hear it. It's bad news. It spoils, it makes the parties possible. And that means accepting our personal responsibility to do everything we humanly can do to carry the truth about civil turmoil to every man, woman, and child in America. Now, ladies and gentlemen, none of these proposals will produce results, and nothing else you may suggest will do so either, unless and until we get right down to the heart of the problem, the life force of the revolution itself. We must discover the identity of those individuals, both above and below, who consciously are furthering the communist program for revolution, and then remove them from their positions of trust and leadership. Anything less than that will be totally futile, because we'll merely be running around trying to put out 1 or 2 fires over here, while they're busy setting 10 new ones over there. Now, of course, the minute you begin to think along these lines, you'll become the target of a whole barrage of attacks. You'll be called a witch hunter, a McCarthyite, a right-wing extremist, and other delicate phrases that are well designed to intimidate the average person into silence. If that doesn't work, then you'll be called a fascist, or at least a dictator, because supposedly you want to deny basic constitutional freedoms to a small group of Americans just because they happen to hold political views that are different from yours. How many times have you heard that? And you know, at first it sounds almost convincing. But the argument is a trap. And the bait inside that trap is the hidden assertion that the Communist Party is merely a political party. Now, if it were a political party and that's all, then of course we would have to grant them all the same constitutional rights and immunities as other loyal American citizens. But if the Communist Party is not a political party, if it is, in fact, a supranational organization dedicated to world conquest, if in addition to political means, it also uses military means, economic means, propaganda means, bribery, blackmail, treason, murder, and any other means that suit its purposes, then its members are not political by nature, are not loyal to the United States, and have no legal or moral claim to constitutional liberties. There's no such thing as absolute freedom. For every liberty, an equal and opposite restraint is required. For example, in order for us to enjoy freedom of speech, it's necessary to deny others the freedom to come in here and break up this meeting. The logic of liberty is that it must stop short of the liberty to destroy itself. And if we're to preserve the freedoms we cherish in this land, then we mustn't be tricked by clever propagandists into giving the Communist Party the freedom it seeks to destroy freedom for us all. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to close this presentation with two observations that I know you may not want to hear, but they must be made nevertheless. The first is that this struggle in which we're now engaged, in a very real sense, is more deadly than war. Call it what you will, Cold War, revolution, struggle, whatever. The present stakes are higher than in any other war we've ever known. After all, why do we dread war? Well, there are three reasons: death, destruction, and human suffering. But ladies and gentlemen, if communism should ever come to America, we'll face more death, destruction, and human suffering than any people in history has ever faced at the hands of their invading conquerors. And it would make no difference whether the road to communism were traveled violently or non-violently. The so-called expropriation of the capitalists that would lie at the end of that road would constitute one of the greatest bloodbaths of history. Now, the second observation is related to the first. It is simply that we have now passed the point of painless solutions and parlor patriotism. There was a time, and not too long ago, I think, when we could have pulled ourselves out of this without too great a sacrifice on the part of anyone. All that would have been necessary would have been for us to take an interest in the domestic affairs of our nation and to insist that our elected representatives merely enforce the laws that were then on the books to protect us from internal subversion and to keep the enemy outside the gates. But we didn't. Instead, we slept. And one by one, those laws were stricken down by the Supreme Court. Congress failed to repair the damage, and our defenses are no more. Now the enemy is inside our gates. He is on our streets. He is in our halls of Parliament. And now there is hell to pay. Our enemy is not going to leave quietly just because we suddenly discover him and ask him to go. Hardly. The nature of tyranny is such that, like the barb on an arrow, it goes in easily. But the price of pulling it out is a piece of flesh. Now let me be more specific. Before we finally win this battle, and I should hasten to say that there's no doubt in my mind that we're going to win. I'm increasingly convinced of this. But before we finally do see victory, it's now inevitable that some of us, even in this room, will lose our lives in the communist revolution that already is raging around us. I can't tell you who it's going to be, of course. But I can tell you that it'll make no practical difference whether we're resisting at the time or whether we're merely trying to hide. Most of the casualties will occur because people just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, I mention this not to suggest that we all grab our guns and groceries and head to the hills. In many ways, this too would be playing right into the hands of the communists. No, I mention it for only one reason, and that is to stress the seriousness of the challenge that now confronts this nation. It's literally a question of life and death for all of us. And it's about time the American people began to face up to that fact and to act accordingly. I have no idea of what each of you is going to do in the critical days that lie ahead. It may be much, it may be little, it may be nothing at all. I don't know. Only you can answer that question. But ladies and gentlemen, whatever it is you decide to do for your country, do it soon. Do it now. Every minute that you delay further will add dearly to the price of ultimate victory. Thank you.
That was G. Edward Griffin. Pretty good lecture. Yeah, it's definitely a long story about the whole thing, but he lays it out pretty clear about how the usury of people and yeah, yeah, I remember seeing that video like probably like 14 years ago, 15 years ago. So I've also got another video just because I don't know, I guess, and I'm pretty burned out. When me and Todd went on JJ's channel earlier, Operation GCD, for a review of the movie Next, yeah, Nicolas Cage. It was a pretty good movie. Well, it was a bad movie, but it was okay. I don't know. Anyways, the review though, we discussed a lot of stuff in the review. I mean, I think I was pretty stoned during the review, so I don't remember saying too much. All right. Well, so now to jump to a completely different subject. Here's John Allegro. Talking about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Good afternoon.
Good
Are you
afternoon.
Mr. Allegro?
The same, yes.
You are the writer of this book?
I am the writer of that book, yes.
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 Well,
we would like to talk a
bit about
the book. Good.
Is that possible?
It
Have you
certainly is. I should be
a
pleased.
couple of minutes?
Will you come in? Oh,
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
De filoloog John M. Allegro is een van 's werelds belangrijkste geleerden op het terrein van de Semitische taalwetenschappen en is als officieel Brits vertegenwoordiger sinds 1953 lid van het internationale gezelschap waarheidsvorsers dat de Dode Zeerollen onderzoekt en vertaalt.
Mr. Allegro, thank you for letting us into your house, B and me.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Because the past few days we have traveled a lot in search for our truth or the truth. Yesterday, at the Isle of Majorca, we found your book by incident, The Sacred Mushroom,
And the
which has there. And in the plane flying from Majorca to the Isle of Man, we were seated flabbergasted, fastened in our seatbelts, because it's an extraordinary book about religion and the first roots of Judaism, Christianity, and so on. And our first question, I think, should be,
what is religion?
Or what was religion?
That's a big enough question to start off
So
with.
we can rest.
Yeah. I'm one of those people, you know, who think that most of our motivation, most of our thinking, derives from our biological origins. The way we evolved is the way we are living and thinking now. And I think this certainly goes for such things as family life and sexual relationships. I think it's also for religion too. I think we have to go back right into the beginnings of how man became man out of the ape stage, to know why he needs a being greater than himself, why he felt insecure. I think we can see this in his evolving from a four-footed creature into a two-footed creature, and he stands up and he looks up across the savannah for the first time and begins to feel that he could be master of all that he surveys, and at the same time begins to feel fearful because he is then at loggerheads with the rest of creation. And the more intelligent he became, the more his brain developed, the more he felt responsibility for running his own life. And at the same time, he put himself into opposition with his fellow creatures. And I think at that stage, he began to feel more that he needed some support. And I suspect that the first ideas of God were being born in this primitive creature 25 million years ago, where he first stemmed off from the other ape line of descent, as early as that.
Mm-hmm.
And then this has developed later as man became more clever, he became more unsure and began to look for some supporting creature or power in the universe. I think the important thing is that religion is close to sex and is as powerful as sex, you know. I think we underestimate the power of religion. Now and again we see it in its full naked brutality, as well as its glory, but there is this other side to religion, which I think we see in the Eastern religions more perhaps than we do in our rather conventional Western Christianity. And then we realize how emotionally set Christianity is. It derives from within, you know, as I mean by being biologically motivated.
You're talking about a fertility cult.
Yes.
The first primitive form was a fertility cult.
That's right.
The first image of mankind, of a god, is a sexual one.
I think it is. Yes, I think it is, because when he looks for the origin of creation, I mean, all this is feeling, but then he begins to rationalize and begins to think about this great force and this great creative deity, or whether in the skies or in the earth, male or female. And he thinks of it in human terms. There's no other terms to think it of. So when he thinks of a creator God, he thinks of the creative act in mankind or in animal kind, and he relates the two. So he says, well, God creates life on earth by an ejaculation of sperm in the form of rain, which he sees around him every day if he's in a happy country like the Isle of Man where it rains all the time. But, you know, I mean, he sees it happening, he sees it going into the womb of Mother Earth, and he relates the two, and so he sees the creation of Mother Earth, the plants of Mother Earth, as an offspring of God. These are the children of God. And then, of course, you go to another stage, don't you? You go to, talking about my mushroom book, you begin to see how certain plants are more representative of their Heavenly Father than others. And that is those plants that have the power to make alive or to kill, the poison plants or the hallucinatory plants, the drug plants. And if, as in the case of the mushroom, which was always invested with great mystery because it seemed to be born of a virgin birth, if you see this coming out of the ground and you know that if you ate a particular mushroom, it could give you visions of heaven and God, you may well believe that this was indeed the Son of God. And if it's shaped like a penis, like a phallus, he sees, well, surely this is the little God from whom this sperm emanated in the first place. Certain mushrooms grow in certain places, you know. Those that are used in the South American version of the cult are different from those that were used in, say, ancient Sumer, or those that form the basis of the Soma cult of ancient India. Now, this was almost certainly the Amanita muscaria, it was pictured on the front of that book.
It's this one in a more simple form.
Yes, beautifully portrayed on your pullover there. Yes. Now this has the poison in the little, under the little warts there. It is a poison, of course, but it can be quite dangerous. But taken in moderation in certain ways, with certain preparation, this has, I'm told, a hallucinatory effect.
You're told, you don't know it by experience.
I'm not going to try it myself, thank you very much, because it can be quite powerful. But there's no doubt that this particular thing formed the basis of a great many cults of the ancient days. And I think was imported into the Middle East. It was not a native of the Middle East, of course. It only grows in conifers and among conifer forests and birches. But I think it was imported into the Middle East, and in various forms, probably a dried form, was used in many of the ancient religious cults of the Near East, which included, I think, Judaism.
John M. Allegro bestudeerde 30 jaar lang de taalkundige overeenkomsten tussen de oorspronkelijke Hebreeuwse Bijbelteksten en de andere oude talen van het Midden-Oosten. Hij ontdekte dat alle wegen terugleiden naar Mesopotamië en dat de belangrijkste religies zijn gebaseerd op de paddenstoelcultuur van het oude Sumerië. Namen, plaatsen en bepaalde formuleringen in de Bijbel verwijzen rechtstreeks naar de ware oorsprong van het christendom, dat geen oorspronkelijke godsdienst was, maar voortkwam uit een vruchtbaarheidsritus rond de vliegenzwam.
I mean, Christianity is always a headache for the historian because it seems so different from what went before. If in fact it can be seen as part of a continuing secret tradition which went on and through the Old Testament stories and some of these old myths and legends that you get in the Old Testament, with roots going right back into ancient Sumer of the 4th century, 4th millennium, and perhaps much earlier than that. The thing was becoming a nicely complete picture, and that's really what the sacred mushroom was about.
Next question is perhaps what is really told in the New Testament?
Well, the story we all know, its face story, is of a rabbi going round saying nice things and comforting things to people and calling people to his name and telling everybody to be awfully good to one another and love one another and so on. That's the picture that's come over. I think underneath that there are code names being purveyed for the names of the mushrooms and also invocatory names used in the secret cells that the Romans were always after breaking up, you remember?
Perhaps a better question in that case is, why was the Bible written, mean? Waarom werd de Bijbel eigenlijk geschreven?
Yes.
Daar gaat hij over. But
why write it at all?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, I think it was simply a cover story.
Notice how he said invocatory name. Damn, I can't pronounce what he said. Talking about invocation or bringing about just like the Mazatec shamanism, they have to ask for the mushroom ghost to come to them. Continue.
I think you see that it was the Gospels that were circulated, not the Pauline letters at first. It was the Gospels that were first circulated in some form. Of course, we haven't got the originals. What we have are traditions of a good deal later time and written in the wrong language, as it were. But the kind of thing which a Roman investigator could pick up anywhere and read about this man with strangely pro-Roman feelings for a Jew at that time, when they were very, very antagonistic towards their political masters, and seemingly crucified on the instigation of the Jews, as the story goes, for reasons that could only but puzzle the Roman masters, you see. There's the picture. But in that story, there are certain passages, certain lines, certain so-called Aramaic phrases, which are given translations like the names of the twins Boanerges, which is supposed to mean sons of thunder. Now, no philologist living could ever find sons of thunder out of a so-called apparent Aramaic name Boanerges. It doesn't mean that. But sons of thunder is a name of the sacred mushroom, the coronium of ancient Greek and Latin. And the Boanerges is something else, which I've tried to explain in my book. In other words, you have a number of such passages in the New Testament where you have an Aramaic name, and then you have a translation, inverted commas, supposedly a translation, which has never joined up. They've never made sense. Now I think, if you look at that Aramaic name and think, well, perhaps it's not Aramaic, but an early invocatory name, a magic name, which in certain circumstances could be pronounced and made powerful, then right, you purvey that because your center of your cult has been destroyed, as it was. Of course, Jerusalem was destroyed in AD 70. You have a number of cells in the outlying districts around the Mediterranean. You want to keep them in touch. You want to remind them of their secrets, but you daren't purvey it in written form. So what do? You put these names and phrases into a cover story that can be purveyed. And that, I think, is what the New Testament is. In fact, the Lord's Prayer is a good case, because the first words, Our Father who art in heaven, is in Aramaic the equivalent of that magic phrase that came to us in another context, abracadabra. Abracadabra, abadabarakia, in Aramaic, would mean Our Father which art in heaven. So that's where abracadabra.
Every child knows.
Every
that
child, yes,
expression.
exactly.
That's
And they
a
have
very old.
it is
secret.
very, very old. And abracadabra is in fact 2nd century AD in its earliest, and it's probably even earlier than that. It is a magic phrase which, used in certain magic circumstances or powerful cultic circumstances, could have a beneficial effect.
Yeah, as we can say that in the beginning, the Christianity is a drug cult. Then we came to the question, what is it now?
Yes.
In moral and ethic.
Yes, quite. And for most people, I suppose, Christianity is a way of life rather than a religion.
Yes,
It's an enormous discrepancy.
Yes.
Yes.
Uit elkaar gaan lopen natuurlijk.
Yes, and one wonders how on earth a small, very inward-looking drug cult could become a world religion with
What
such
a power.
Yes, exactly.
What a power. Yes.
As far as the morality of the New Testament is concerned, I would say that this is genuine. But that is, love thy neighbour was the prime ethic of these people.
Heb je naast hem, ja.
But I think it has to be understood in its original terms. That is, as we see among the Dead Sea Scrolls sect at Qumran, a small in-group of inward-looking people who were needing to love one another for the sake of even maintaining sanity. You know, I mean, you know what it's like if you're living in a small group in a monastery, and you have to be extremely careful. You get this very much in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in their manual of discipline. You have to be awfully careful about the feelings of the next chap, and not to interrupt, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, a little friction can soon explode, and the whole community falls
direct
apart.
neighbor and distrust
That's right.
everyone else outside the group.
That was
That's
right. Yes, you
that's
get
right.
love thy immediate neighbour, strongly stressed in the Dead Sea
Within the
Scrolls,
secret
within the
of
group.
the
But you could hate the man outside, and the more hate you generated for the man outside, the more you were able to love your neighbour, because the hate and love are the reverse, of the same side of the coin. You know, of the coin. Now, I think if you understand the New Testament ethic in that terms of a small community, where loving is an important aspect, and forgiveness and turning the other cheek is absolutely vital, then I think this makes sense. But it does not really make sense, and has never really made sense in human terms, of loving the whole world.
What's left over of that origin of Christianity in the church of today? I think perhaps
That's interesting, isn't it?
Because first, in eerste instantie denk ik dat toch aan bread and wine. That's kind of ritual.
Yes, because that
is that original.
That is not original to the church. That bread and wine sacrament is in the Dead Sea Scrolls already in the pre-Christian time. They talk of the bread and the wine of this messianic banquet, the Christ banquet, when all the followers will be gathered at the foot of the Christ, and they would be partaking of the bread and the wine. But nowhere in Judaism, not even in the Dead Sea Scrolls, do you get this extraordinary idea that the bread and the wine were actually the Christ himself.
It's cannibalism.
It's all cannibalism.
yeah.
But you can see how in a sect which is dedicated to the eating of the Son of God and the becoming of one with the God through consuming the God, the sacred mushroom, that would make sense. If you were distributing among them pieces of the mushroom and they were eating it, they would blow their top or whatever they do, then they would consider that they had become one with God, and there would be a sense in which they were eating the God. And when you look at the Dionysic cults of ancient Greece, it has been suggested that they were eating the mushroom, the sacred mushroom. I think it was Robert Graves put forward this idea that the Maenads, these women, were going screaming in a frenzy through the conifer forest, picking these things and eating them. And I think that when they talk about pulling apart the little fawns and the animals that they found in the wood, actually tearing them apart and eating them, you have there a piece of mushroom mythology, because, as I've shown in my book, names like the fawn are mushroom names. And in that case, the fawn, if you look at the names for these little animals, they are centered on the eye, the hemispherical large eye of the fawn and the gazelle and so forth. These, again, are Sumerian names, as I've shown.
En daar is om eigenlijk, kunnen we niet even luchtjes scheppen of zo?
Yeah.
Can we go for a little walk? It's
Yes,
fine weather now, and to continue our
Good.
talk.
Yes?
Good idea.
And you'll excuse our English, because
It's extremely good.
No.
no mushrooms growing here.
No, no mushrooms, no.
No?
Well, only on the grass, inadvertently.
Yeah.
But to continue our story, you've told the cross is now a mushroom.
Yes.
What is the meaning of the cross and crossing in the mushroom story? Let's
Well,
say.
because one of the old Hebrew names of the mushroom was the little cross.
The little cross.
And I think myself that the whole crucifixion story,
Yes.
although of course there was crucifixion and it was meted out as a punishment to rebels and so on and so forth, I think the idea of the God being crucified
Yes.
on this piece of wood was made to was a piece of mushroom mythology. They saw the cross as a mushroom shape, you
Yes.
see, and they understood this figure as being splayed out on the cross as the risen mushroom, open wide with its canopy on top. And I suspect that's where it's come from, and that's the origin of the crucifixion motif within the story of the New Testament.
That mushroom is a very strong one, isn't
A
it?
very strong one. I wouldn't advise anybody to
No?
play with it.
No,
no,
no.
not at all. I wouldn't. But it's a very beautiful thing.
Yes,
But
it
one
is.
can see from that kind of thing how folklore can grow up about it. I mean,
Yes.
the phallic shape,
Yes,
and then it
yes.
opens out into a canopy, a little cross, as
Yes.
the Hebrew calls it. And so the stories begin to mount.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allegro.
Thank you for
Most
coming.
you were most kind.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
so
coming.
much.
I'm very pleased. I hope
Thank
it
you.
goes well.
And I'm going to read the whole book now. Because
Yes.
Het vond ik altijd mijn klein stukje voor je.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Mr.
so much.
Allegro.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of Bible verses I could summon up to support what he was saying. But I guess, well, so let's see. I guess I'll put something else on. What do we got here? Well, I guess we should probably do this one. Well, I don't know if it'll trigger the copyright thing. Hopefully it doesn't.
Ow.
that it's stimulates extrasensory perception, enabling the mind to become telepathic and clairvoyant. Now, that's a rather large claim. Is it true or false? The answer to that question took us on a unique and distant journey.
This is a television show about magic mushrooms.
We're in Mexico, thousands of miles from our Hollywood sound stages in a place called Mitla, on the very edge of civilization. There are no actors, there's no script. For this psychic report can only be recorded at the moment it happens. Here in the plaza of the kings of Zapotec, here in the antiquity of Mexico, we begin a search whose ending, at this very moment of filming, we do not know. We are searching for something far older than these ruins, which, if found, could hurtle ordinary man infinitely beyond his five senses. And now the first step beyond. The first step is a faltering one. We wait day after day for perfect flying weather, for the only way to reach our goal, the inaccessible village of Juquila, is by light plane over trackless mountains. Has he come back yet?
No.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. This lovely hacienda at the foot of the Dombach Mountains has been here a little longer than we have, but not much. From here, weather permitting, our chartered plane will fly us to a remote mountain village to look for, of all things, a mushroom. But a very strange mushroom indeed, with powers beyond belief. And here are the mushroom hunters, as improbable a group as you will find anywhere. For instance, this is Dr. Barbara Brown, brilliant neuropharmacologist of the University of California at Los Angeles. With her is David Gray, one of the last kahunas of Hawaii, a spiritual leader whose line goes back 900 years and whose quest for knowledge beyond the world of materialism has led him everywhere in the world. And now here, and here, with friend, is Jeffrey Smith, a distinguished professor of philosophy and humanities at Stanford University. And now, and mighty important, is our translator, William Upson, a missionary who has lived among the people of our remote village for the last 9 years, and the only man in the world who speaks their language.
The pilot says he'll be ready soon, John.
And last, our forever optimistic, Dr. Andrei Puharish, who wrote the astounding book, The Sacred Mushroom. Dr. Puharish's book brought us here in the first place, and in it, he explains how the mushroom seems to have an incredible effect on the power of extrasensory perception.
Incredible is the word. We're here for some very specific purposes. We want to know why these people here in Mexico have kept this rite so secret for so many centuries. But I would say that our prime mission is to explore and examine the biochemicals present in these new mushrooms and find out if they can be of any benefit in this problem of mental disease.
What Dr. Puharish hasn't told you, it is not all as simple as it sounds. The last time he was here, looking for the mushroom, a man was shot.
And shot at.
And another man was driven out of his mind.
For a while?
El piloto dice que ya. In English, dice que ya means the pilot said, now. The shadows of our two small planes fall on rainforests which hide villages where the 20th century does not exist. And that's the landing strip, chopped by hand out of a mountainside. Missionaries can bring the word of God to this lost world. As we approach, the pilot warns us to grab hold of something and hang on. A sudden gust of wind could smash us against the mountain or plunge us into the abyss below. At last, we are in the village of Juquila, slogging through mud, each of us with an odd sense that all the clocks have stopped ticking. We've brought television cameras to people who've never even heard of radio, who've never seen a telephone, an electric light, who've never heard of aspirin, let alone penicillin. But perhaps the sacred mushroom has given them a psychic insight far beyond our deepest explorations. It breaks up to go about its various investigations. Dr. Brown and a missionary nurse named Dean Duggan go looking for the mushroom, guarded by armed soldiers because in the past months, shots have been fired, machetes have been flashed, and mushroom hunters who came before us have been murdered. Dr. Puharish and missionary Upson begin searching the town for a brujo, a priest of the mushroom cult. But everywhere they go, an iron curtain of silence comes clanging down. Amid much shaking of the head and wagging of the finger, everyone emphatically denies the existence of a mushroom cult. And it is made very clear that if this is why we have come to Hukila, we are not welcome. Our search seems hopeless until Dr. Puharish gets an idea that might help us push open an ancient door. Bill Upson is sent through the village announcing that a free medical clinic is open to one and all. Within minutes, the first patient appears. A little Chitino Indian with a lot of aches and a lot of pains. And then they come in droves. All of them humble. All of them hopeful. All of them grateful. Finally, the mother of a child whom Dr. Puharish has treated timidly suggests that she might help. Kindness and a bottle of vitamins have worked a magic of their own. Sometime tonight, we will have a visitor. Thanks to the help of the sick child's mother, secret arrangements are made, and we are guided to this hidden place to wait. But it is almost midnight before the brujo appears. He has practiced the secret and all but forbidden rites of the sacred mushroom for decades. Rites passed on from father to son for perhaps 4,000 years. But of course, he has never performed before such an audience or a camera. Our scientists have prepared test questions to evaluate the brujo's extrasensory perception. But he insists on one condition. To achieve spiritual union, they also must eat the mushroom. However, in the interest of detached scientific observation, he agrees that Dr. Brown does not have to take the mushroom. The rites begin. A strangely aromatic root is burned. Inhaled. The brujo murmurs incantations in Chitina, a language unknown anywhere else on this earth. As our group waits for the mushroom to take effect, Bill Upson questions the brujo. Because of the circumstances, the sound is, of course, far from perfect.
I just asked him when we would see something, when something would happen. And he held up his hand to indicate that he didn't want to talk at this particular time.
And then silence again as we wait. And then, oddly enough, the first sound we hear as the chemical in the mushroom takes effect is laughter. The brujo has just told of an amusing moment from Bill's childhood in Indiana. Indiana, a place the brujo does not even know exists. Now, each of the group tests the extrasensory powers of the brujo. Sometimes he is accurate, sometimes he is not.
Well, to brighten the eyes, the whole rabbit will brighten the eyes.
Oh, that's perfect.
This means clairvoyance, right? Clairvoyance.
The following is one moment when he is startlingly correct. Suddenly he turns to Dr. Brown, whom of course he has never seen or heard of before.
Very good.
No, but I like to eat it. To eat my butt.
You're still sick.
You're
You're sick in the chest. Your heart. Your heart is sick.
Can you ask more specific? No, let's try to get it pinpointed.
Heart rate slow.
Without a moment's hesitation, he accurately diagnosed a personal illness that only Dr. Brown knows about. Our next experience with the brujo and the sacred mushroom comes quickly and unexpectedly. And this time it has nothing to do with scientific investigation. Since it is now common knowledge that we have already witnessed the rite, we are allowed to come along to see a second priest at work, a man named Macedonia, who agreed to take the mushroom and listen to the villagers' problem.
He said his burro was stolen, and he wants to know where to find it.
In this village of Huquila, the theft of a burro, a man's most important possession, his donkey, is second only to murder.
He said 3 men are involved.
Macedonia hardly paused a moment before he named the thieves.
Gustavo said he was going to take the 3 of them to jail tomorrow, but Don Macedonio warned him not to go near the house of Juan and Pedro because they would kill him, but to look for it in the house of Jose.
We go with the villager through a valley, across fields, past other villages to the exact spot where Macedonia said the burro would be. And here indeed it is, its identifying brand clearly marked on the burro's flank. Now perhaps we can understand, more or less, why for 4,000 years, and from one civilization to the next, the sacred mushroom has endured. We have been given a practical demonstration of how it works in the daily lives of this primitive people. 3 weeks have passed, and we're a long way from our remote mountain village of Huquila in Mexico. We're also a long way from the secret rites of the sacred mushroom cult. But our search for the truth about the mushroom, that is, the truth as we understand it, is far from over. These men are our technical crew who have come with me from Los Angeles to help us continue our search. We've come to the home and laboratory of Dr. Andre Pujares in Northern California. For me, personally, this next step beyond may be a rather large one. This is part of the laboratory and study of Dr. Pujares. Here among his solid and sound books of orthodox medicine, there are also other books. They are written in French, in Spanish, in English. Here's one that says, Mushrooms, Russia, and History. They're written in Syrian, Japanese, all the languages of the world. And they're all concerned with one thing, the same thing, the riddle of the sacred mushroom. Now, when we were in Mexico, the brujo who discovered the stolen burro might have been coincidence. And the other brujo who told Dr. Barbara Brown about her past illness might have made a wild guess. But today, we should be able to prove the case for or against the mushroom, the sacred mushroom, with quite a lot more accuracy.
All set now, John.
Are those the mushrooms you brought back from Mexico?
Yes.
Andre, how many people have you tested since you've been back?
You'll be number 26.
What about the results?
Encouraging. The average of the group as a whole, and the series is quite small, you understand, shows evidence for extrasensory perception after taking the mushrooms.
Well, I'm ready. That is, I'm as ready as I'm ever going to be.
Well, not quite yet. We have to do some control tests first to see if you have any ESP before you take the mushroom.
Oh, I see.
And these will be done with cards, pictures, and books.
I see.
Now, you just sit still there.
Who knows, I might turn out to be a great big psychic without anybody's help from anything, huh? Mushrooms? Where are you?
I'll be with you. Oh, excuse me. Now, John, you take your left hand and bring it in here on this first block. There's a row of 10 blocks by you. You bring your right hand over, and you scan this far row, and you remain sensitive to any impressions, and when you think you're over the card that matches the one your left hand is on, you pick it up and move it opposite that card.
I see. tall buildings in Chicago or New York or something like that. What? How'd I do? Tall buildings in Chicago. That's not well. How'd I do with the rest of the test?
Well, got your scores added up. On this test, you got 5 hits out of 50. On the book test here, you got 1 out of 16, and you got nothing on the pictures. This is a chance score and shows.
That shows that despite 3 years with our show, I have what they would call practically no extrasensory perception at all.
That's what the test.
Well, what do we do now?
Now to eat the mushroom.
All right, I'm ready. Maybe that'll improve me. Which ones are we going to eat? You have so many here, Andre. Which one is mine?
These are for you. These are... Chew them well when you ingest. Not bad, are they?
Tastes just like mushrooms.
And one more for you.
Oh, dry. All right. What now?
Now we'll lie you down on the bed.
What for?
We'll do some physical testing before the effects of the mushroom take hold.
Like what? Like what effects?
You'll find out. Well, it's been about 20 minutes since you had the mushroom, John. How do you feel?
Fine. I feel strong. You know, it's kind of hard to... strong. A sense of... kind of sense of well-being. Is that...
Yes. Some people feel that way. Let's try something. I want you to stand right up here in front of this light.
Yeah.
Yes, close your eyes and tell me what you see. Lower your head a little bit. A little more. Now.
Oh, I see it. Now I see it. I see so many things I can't tell you. Can't you slow it?
Slow it?
Now I see but I see so many colors that go...
Are they pretty?
In geometric signs that now it's like great things. They're magnificent, is what they are. They're magnificent. I have never been so aware of color. It makes me quite dizzy. I feel like I would like to dive into the middle of it.
Well, we'll try the card test again.
Now.
All right, same way. Start with your left hand and try to find the one in this row.
Distinct impression of like the dunes of a desert or like half hoops on that way and the other.
That's pretty close, John. Want to try another one?
Please. It has a great deal of... It has something... a power, like noise. I don't know how to translate that into a picture. It seems to have that noise and speed. like there's a face looking this way and another face is looking up that way.
That's pretty good. Would you like to take a look and see what it's like? Amazing, isn't it?
Holy mackerel, that really is. Andre, before you tell me anything about the score, let me tell you something. That I did feel something sort of profound. When touching the pictures, when touching the cards, I felt something. I don't know how I did, but the sensation.
Well,
Psychic powers are real, otherwise the intelligence agencies wouldn't use psychic spies.
John, I can tell you it wasn't a delusion on your part because your card scores were 12 hits out of 50, which are significant for ESP. You got 3 out of 16 of the page numbers on the book. And, of course, most intriguing of all was your work with the pictures. You got 6 adequate descriptions out of 8 pictures.
It's a marvelous sensation. You know, Andre, I think I understand a little why for so many centuries they have called this mushroom sacred. Now our mushroom hunters are reassembled here in our studio. Dr. Brown, was our search worth it?
Yes, I think so. The chemicals in the mushrooms, I think, will offer us another tool by which we can explore the mechanisms and the capabilities of the mind of man, and that's both sensory and extrasensory.
What about you, Professor Smith?
Well, John, the more I experience of life in its ordinary and extraordinary aspects, the more I feel like a wide-eyed child reaching for knowledge and life. As for the mushroom, it took me out into worlds I didn't believe existed, far beyond ordinary perception. And yet, even today, they're as real and as important to my everyday life as anything I've experienced.
Dr. Puharish?
During our stay in Hukila, I witnessed quite a number of cases of extrasensory perception by the Brujos, some of which we could not film, as you know, John. These, in addition to the ones we did film, and the work which we have done since our return, convinces me that the mushroom contains a chemical which is most promising for the further investigation of extrasensory perception.
When this program began, the question was, were the claims for the mushroom true or false? Well, for those of us who made the journey, the answer is true.
Okay. So, it's definitely a long subject. When you look at these subjects, you want to look at both sides of the subject to see what is going on, and that well, these days they've got all sorts of technology to do all sorts of things, so let's see here. I do have another video I was going to put on. Okay, so now this is going to be a totally different subject. I don't know if we should watch the whole thing or. Well, fuck it. Okay, yep, we're doing it. Nope, wrong button. Any questions about the last 2 videos before we start this one? Well, there's, I mean, I guess, I don't know if I really answered that. Well, I mean, that's why I think we've got to study these cults and this mesmerism, animal magnetism, hypnotism, all this bullshit. So they're all using it.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Are these crop circles related to flying saucers?
How could anything do that without it didn't come out of the sky?
Have humans been in contact with extraterrestrials?
The creatures were laying like this.
Are aliens abducting human beings for scientific research?
So
I kept questioning, like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And everything would come back would be like, your scientists do this.
Could say there is some kind of program of experiments and mind control, and then the best cover up simply, oh, aliens did it, you know. And then there's an X-Files where Scully goes, she's interviewing people for some kind of crime or something, and that she runs into one of the consciousness cults, and they convince her that she is a fellow alien abduction victim. In the, well, I'm just
Is our government telling us all the truth about UFOs?
Our government has flat out lied to us for 40 years or more.
There are thousands of people around the world who claim to have seen them. Skeptics suggest.
Also, keep in mind, Foo Fighters of World War II. Then the next thing you know, World War II's over. 1946 Roswell. All of a sudden, ooh, Foo Fighters again. I wonder why.
It's all a hoax. Yet there is a growing number of people who have no doubt UFOs exist. Hello, I'm Tim White. I'll be your host as we explore what people around the world now believe about UFOs.
That intro probably took forever to make. People back in the 90s. Wow. The British government admits obstacles inside of their military
flying saucers, creatures from another planet, quote unquote, unidentified flying objects.
So they obviously.
In the next hour, we'll hear from people who have had close encounters with extraterrestrials. Close encounters of the first, second, third, even the fourth kind. The most common is a close encounter of the first kind, which is defined as the sighting of an unidentified flying object, an object that can't be explained by conventional means.
It was just a red flashing light.
It sounded like, well, a swishing sound, sort of.
Et alors, autour de cette forme, il y avait des petites lucioles rouges.
And I saw this big triangular-shaped 3 lights on each corner coming over my house.
Mysterious lights in the sky. They were like stars.
Sound. It just like it was sliding through the sky, and it tilted like it was looking down at us.
It was a bright light that dimmed down to a white speck and went back to a red light, down to a white speck, and then just disappeared.
Last year, there were almost 4,000 reported UFO sightings in the United States, 2,000 in South America, more than 1,000 in Asia, and over 3,000 in the Soviet Union. The worldwide total was over 10,000.
UFO investigators wonder why those numbers have increased dramatically in the past 45 years. Does the publicity of one person seeing a UFO spark the imagination of others who are eager to believe? Or has the Air Force simply increased its testing of military hardware? These are difficult questions to answer without tracing the UFO story. Let's start at the beginning.
Cave art in Australia and the western United States, painted at least 5,000 years ago by prehistoric civilizations, seems to resemble modern descriptions of creatures from outer space. Halfway around the world, a 13th century fresco inside a church in Yugoslavia includes a flying vehicle. It would be another 700 years before technology made flight possible. The modern age of UFOs began in 1947. Ex-military pilot Kenneth Arnold was flying his plane over the Cascade Mountain Range. He encountered several objects traveling at an extreme rate of speed. Although there are no photographs, Arnold had a drawing made of what he saw. His sighting triggered hundreds more that year across the United States. UFO mania reached a fever pitch in the summer of that year when the Army Air Force reported recovering a crashed saucer in New Mexico. The next day, the government claimed the disc was only the wreckage of a weather balloon. Meanwhile, sightings by credible witnesses continued. Commercial airline pilots saw things.
We immediately decided it could not be a comet.
Military pilots saw things.
When we got within 2 miles of the light, we lost all contact.
Local sheriffs in Dexter, Michigan saw things.
Well, it was somewhat of an oval shape, looked like a toy top.
Sightings of unexplained phenomena weren't limited to just the United States. Marina Popovich, a Soviet pilot with over 100 airspeed and endurance records to her credit, had her first UFO encounter in the mountains of southern Russia.
После того, как я увидела шар, который зигзагообразно летел.
My first contact with a UFO was a rather special experience. It was in the mountains, and I saw a sharp ray coming out of a huge sparkling ball.
Even some of the men and women who have been in space have reported seeing things they can't explain. Gemini and Apollo astronaut James McDivitt had his own encounter in June of 1966. While in orbit above the Earth, an unidentified object outside the window caught his attention.
I happened to glance out one time, and there against the black sky was a white object. Geometry of it was sort of like a beer can or a Coke can with a pencil sticking out one of the round edges at about a 45-degree angle.
What was it? McDivitt was able to snap a few pictures, but after turning the film over to NASA, the photographs disappeared. He suggests it's conceivable that other civilizations could have the technological know-how to make space travel possible. And he's not alone in this belief.
A 1990 Gallup poll showed that nearly 50% of Americans believe in the existence of UFOs. This despite the fact that most photographs and film footage of the actual sightings are not very good. The images are scratched, out of focus, or the camera's just too far away to see things clearly. But with the advent of the home video camera, more and more people have captured unexplained phenomena on tape. This home video was shot over Las Vegas in early 1991. It shows 3 objects floating and diving in front of the mountains.
Well, this is a spectacular maneuver. As you see, it goes in front of the mountains. It has the mountain as a backdrop, which gives you a fairly good idea of its distance.
In Gulf Breeze, Florida, something that looks like a spacecraft was caught floating just above the tree line. Videos like this have convinced quite a few Gulf Breeze residents that UFOs are real. A small town located just across the bridge from Pensacola. It's been one of the busiest places in the United States for UFO sightings since 1987.
And we have over 500 witnesses, and we have about 262 recorded sightings, and we've investigated almost 200 of those.
The investigations have been conducted by a small group of Gulf Breeze residents. Most are members of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, a grassroots national organization of private citizens who've taken it upon themselves to try to get to the bottom of the UFO mystery. One possible explanation has surfaced. Gulf Breeze is virtually surrounded by 3 major military bases, all with extensive air traffic.
We call the military. We're told, no, we did not have anything in the area at the time that you had your sighting. Of course, there will be those that say, well, that's the typical military response. Even if there was something going on, they would deny it.
The wave of sightings in Gulf Breeze started with this man, Ed Walters. In November of 1987, Ed and his wife Frances took some amazing photographs of a flying saucer. Fearing ridicule, at first Ed kept the pictures to himself, but then he sent them to the Gulf Breeze Sentinel, the local newspaper. Publisher Dwayne Cook knew his reputation would be on the line if he decided to print the pictures.
I was nervous, naturally, and my folks came in Wednesday afternoon while we were putting the paper together. And I said, you're not going to believe what we're getting ready to run in this week's paper. Showed them the pictures, and they looked at them and said, that's what we saw. So at that point, I more or less lost my fear of going with it because, you know, if your own folks see it, if you can't trust them, who can you trust?
As it turns out, at least a dozen other people saw the same thing that night, including Art Hufford and several other people who then became members of MUFON.
I never felt more alone than I felt that day, November the 11th, 1987, seeing this thing, and then later nobody's saying very much. And then, of course, several weeks later, you know, people were coming forward. And fortunately, you came forward a month later and said, hey, I saw that same thing.
Dr. Bruce Maccabee, an expert photo analyst employed by the Navy with over 20 years' experience, spent several months studying the Walters pictures. Maccabee also had Walters use a stereo Polaroid camera the next time he saw something.
Some of his early photos contemplated the possibility that they were hoaxed by a double exposure method. But there is a question of whether or not anybody knows how to fake stereo pictures and do it well. I concluded that doing the photography, if it was a hoax, combined with all the other sightings, the testimony of Ed and his family, the intensive investigation, all ruled out the possibility that this was a hoax. And so I concluded in late May of 1988 that it was real.
Since 1987, South Shoreline Park has become a magnet for skywatching. The skywatchers have been able to videotape several unidentified objects. Most of them look like nothing more than small points of light in the sky. But close examination has revealed that the lights are doing something that science says is impossible. They move at odd angles, change size, travel at unheard of speeds, all while never making a sound.
One of the more recent videos shows a light that was red, and all of a sudden it turns white and starts flashing. These extremely brilliant pulses of light. It appears that it's as if the actual size of the image, which would be related to the size of the light source itself, changed in like 1/30th of a second or so from one TV frame to the next. We don't have anything that could do that, so far as I know.
While the encounters continue in Florida, the most recent UFO observations have occurred thousands of miles away, in Belgium. An amateur photographer videotaped this triangular-shaped object in early 1991.
Project Aurora.
Last year, there were 500 sightings in all of Europe. So far this year, reports in Belgium alone have totaled over 3,500.
C'est impressionnant, donc il volait d'abord tout doucement, donc on le voyait avancer de cette manière-ci, et puis tout d'un coup...
From prehistoric cave art to medieval frescoes to videotapes in Florida and Belgium, people have been recording strange things they've seen in the skies.
They got Phil Collins.
What are they? Perhaps the answer lies out beyond the stars. At this point, just out of our reach.
In July of 1991, astronomers reported the discovery of a planet 10 times the size of Earth, orbiting a star 30,000 light years away. If the finding is confirmed, it will be the first planet detected outside our solar system. Could it be possible we're not the only living beings in the universe? And while we're watching the skies, we wonder if someone might be watching us. When we return, close encounters of the second kind. Some UFO researchers claim that extraterrestrials have left behind traces of physical evidence.
Why would it be exactly 46 and a half? No matter how you measure it, it's 46 and a half.
Close encounters of the second kind are encounters that leave behind some form of physical evidence. Two types are most often reported. First, the bodies of cattle, horses, and occasionally wild animals, mutilated by some sort of high-tech equipment. Second are crop circles, enormous, elaborate designs that appear overnight, stamped into the fields, as if by some heavenly artist.
To my amazement, there was a huge circle in an oilseed rape field up there. I nearly crashed the car because I was so excited.
The crop circle phenomenon began in the mid-1970s. English farmers started finding giant circles in their fields, pressed into their crops with the precision of a cookie cutter. Many thought it must all be some kind of hoax, or perhaps funny weather. It was strange, though. There were never any unusual tracks leading out to the circles, and no reports of odd weather. Baffled scientists flocked to circle locations, hoping to find a reasonable explanation for the phenomenon. But one by one, theories blaming disease, helicopters, tornadoes, and hoax artists were shot down.
I've come across many hoaxes, and you can tell them within 2 minutes, because the normal circles, the corners just simply gently move down and the stalks are not broken. Anybody that tries to reproduce a hoax circle by chain, trampling, any way you may think, will damage the structure of the crop involved.
What does it all mean? Well, this is one case where your guess is probably as good as any. There are, as yet, no prevailing theories on how the circles are being formed.
Cooper says that satellites
are stepping into the unknown.
microwave technology.
Banded together into an organization for scientific examination of the circles, British researchers are baffled at the fact the bent-over crops keep growing and show no signs of any physical contact. They say their evidence does indicate the circles are formed in about 5 to 10 seconds and are caused by some tugging force, though the roots are not pulled from the soil. And the circles aren't confined only to Britain.
If you were to take some grass from your yard, still intact in the dirt, in the soil, and then you were to put it on a paper plate and then put it in the microwave, the stalks would bend exactly like the stalks in the circles, the crop circles.
Japan is one of the many places crop circles have shown up in the last few years, along with...
Well, they're not just simply emitted. The Cooper says that they're high targeting technology. They could that pinpoint technology where he says that the crop circles were kind of like when you do a test print on the printer to print like a document or something, and that the satellites are simply making sure they still work properly.
Canada and here in the United States, throughout the Midwest, in towns like Milan, Illinois.
I thought to myself, how could anything do that without it didn't come out of the sky and come down here? Now they almost come down and do this because there's no way it could get in here.
No alien droppings whatsoever, no.
Might be a tornado or some kind of a wind, but it's...
Also, remember the British government had crop circles in the military fences of their certain bases and said on the public record that the crop circles and UFOs were no threat. Excuse me. So obviously they know what it is.
Why would it be exactly 46 and a half? No matter how you measure it, it's 46 and a half.
During the last few years, while the rest of the world got used to the appearance of crop circles, British farmers found their encounters changing. Now, they weren't just circles anymore.
The most amazing thing was that in 1990, in May, we started getting these pictograms, which are these dumbbell or barbell-shaped formations with various features coming out of them. Features like hands and claws, semicircles on the end, all of these things. We've never seen anything like that before.
The British hoaxers who recently claimed credit for the crop circles could demonstrate only the crudest designs, and the quality and quantity of their handiwork left most experts unconvinced.
When you go into the extra pieces that were there, the claw features, key pattern, that sort of thing, we found they were still as precise, and the floor patterns were very, very precise.
It is impossible to reproduce an entire structure like that, which is nearly 300 feet in length, without creating an immense amount of damage in its construction.
Despite attempts by a wide range of experts, no one has been able to photograph a circle being made. But strange sounds have often been recorded lingering within the circle area, sounds that can best be described as a trilling noise. And researchers do get plenty of reports of strange sightings.
We've got, at least 20 or more cases of circles which have formed following UFO activity, or following globes of light which have descended into the field, or lights which have shone beams down into the field.
Clearly, they seem to be related to electromagnetism.
They've shown documented evidence that the grass was bent by microwave radiation.
There's overwhelming evidence of that. But how electromagnetic forces can produce this effect, we don't know. What I think is becoming very clear now is that we are forced to conclude that because these patterns are very symmetrical and very beautiful, that they are designs. They are designs, and therefore there's a designer, and therefore there's an intelligence of some sort behind the design.
If it's not satellites, then it's witches' covens. I mean, that's witches' covens gathering in the fields. Everyone's saying they don't know what it was, that it's used for some kind of ceremonial witchcraft of some sort. Not necessarily saying that it's real magic, quote unquote, but
This is...
Because, say, for example, what if some of the writers of the 1800s, you know, they speak of black magic as electromagnetic force, and that the, you know, I mean, if there was some sort of incantation, well, I don't believe in that stuff, but if there was some kind of ritual that produced some sort of effect, then not necessarily saying that I believe that or anything, but they, you know, I stick to the, I think the satellites are making them.
The fifth cattle steer that's been mutilated.
I mean, it could be related to Druidism as well, or it could just flat out be a straight up alien conspiracy.
Since mid-spring of this year.
North American livestock farmers are also dealing with a strange phenomenon that's been classified as a close encounter of the second kind. Although this one is as repulsive as the crop circles are beautiful. Since the mid-60s, some ranchers in the American and Canadian West have been finding dead animals in their fields. Investigators have dismissed predators as a probable cause.
Cooper says that there was a type of helicopter coolant found, or I don't remember if it was a helicopter coolant. It was some kind of, well, I'm pretty sure it was a coolant. It was called Tazaron, and that he said that it glowed under a black light, and that it was prevalent in most of the cattle mutilation crime scenes, and that when I looked up the thing, I connected it to a company called ARRAS, ARRAS, and that there was 3 types of helicopters that use that type of fluid or whatever, which was, one was a Japanese Wasp helicopter, the other was like a Soviet one, and the other one was, I think, an American one.
Because there are rarely any tracks around the body, not even the tracks of the animal itself. The carcasses are usually neatly cut open, organs removed with surgical precision. And as Joel Bradshaw discovered on his ranch in Arkansas, the aftermath is an oddly bloodless scene.
The blood had been taken away. There was no blood nowhere. You could take a white piece of cloth and lay against it, and you didn't get no blood or nothing.
Some have said cult followers are to blame, but medical evidence makes that unlikely. Tissue samples sent to Oregon State University for testing showed that high heat had been used to make the strange rippled incisions, heat like that of a medical laser.
So maybe it's the work of high-tech cultists. Well, medical lasers didn't even exist when this phenomenon began, and even today's so-called portable lasers require a generator the size of a large freezer.
Many farmers say they don't need medical evidence. They know their fields very well, and animals and humans would leave evidence behind.
Human beings will always make mistakes along that line. They'll forget something or drop something, but there's no sign. You can go off 50 yards around it and never find anything.
As with crop circles, UFO sightings often seem to precede the mutilations.
There have been...
The other possibility is that there is something doing that to the cows, and that military investigative crews came to examine the scene, and that they were possibly sloppy about what Cooper was saying about leaving all the stuff.
Possibly 15,000 of these cases in the United States and Canada since the 60s. And you know, you look at the records, you look at if there's anybody been prosecuted, has anybody been arrested, and you don't find that. You don't find any prosecutions, you don't find any arrests. In a forensic sense, you use all the information, you look at all of it. And when you get all of that information and you run it through a sieve, you come out that there is some other non-human entity doing this.
So who or what is plucking animals from their fields, only to return them later, dead and missing some of their organs? Journalist and documentary filmmaker Linda Moulton Howe, who helped bring the mystery to light with her book,
I don't trust Linda Moulton Howe. Cooper says not to trust her either.
An Alien Harvest, has a theory. The mutilations are part of some incredible extraterrestrial genetic research that is linked to the phenomenon of human abductions.
What's unknown is the genetic experiment
to make something from our DNA, the cattle DNA, other animal DNA, and take it away somewhere? Or is it to make something that is going to cohabit with us on this planet, or some reason that is impossible for us to even imagine?
Whether it's animal mutilations or crop circles, both close encounters raise interesting questions about what they mean. Could they be part of some extraordinary plan? One theory suggests that if the pictograms are formed by extraterrestrials, they may be a non-threatening way for preparing the human race for eventual open contact.
I think there is a symbolism embodied in the circles which is highly relevant and something which we probably can't all understand at an intellectual level, but possibly we understand it at a subconscious level. I think there's great significance, though. I think that the circles will probably change all of us.
No, I don't think I've
Coming
seen
up,
that.
this
Red
man
eye.
claims to have had a close encounter of the third kind, the sighting of an alien being.
My Uncle Ted was standing more over here, kind of leaned over like this, and we're talking to this creature.
Beyond spacecraft sightings and physical evidence is another category of close encounter, the third kind, interaction with alien beings. The most thoroughly documented incident in UFO history led to an encounter of this kind. It occurred on a desolate stretch of New Mexico desert in 1947. That year, hundreds of UFOs were reported across the West. UFO researchers theorized that perhaps because the Army was testing nuclear weapons, aliens were interested in how advanced our technology had become. And on July the 2nd, one of those hundreds of flying objects supposedly crashed, setting the stage for a close encounter of the third kind.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of theories similar to that. We thought they were molecules and all this stuff. One of the theories was, it used to be on Google Video before Google Video became obsolete, which it was, I think I've shown the video before, or at least pictures where somebody had thought that the crop circles were blueprints, and then they created a vacuum tube thing, which was used to propel electrons to create centrifugal lift, and that the device was shown on the video to levitate through the circulation of the electrons moving because of the
Roswell, New Mexico. It's as quiet and peaceful today as it has been for decades. But on July 8, 1947, that tranquility was shattered by a local newspaper headline. Air Force captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region. The story described wreckage of a flying disc found near a place called Corona and was based on a press release written by the public information officer at Roswell Air Base, Lieutenant Walter Hutt.
This building here, building number 84, is a building I believe that they brought materials from the Corona crash and stored them in here temporarily.
The chief intelligence officer at the base, Major Jesse Marcel Sr., was sent out to the ranch to collect the crash debris and transport it to the Army Air Force headquarters for examination. In the meantime, newspapers all over the western United States picked up the story. But before Marcel had landed his plane and strange cargo, the Air Force issued a second bulletin.
By the time the B-29 with Jesse Marcel and some of the wreckage got to the...
Cooper says not to trust Stanton T. Freeman either. I can't remember if he was a fraud or if he was some kind of agent or something, but not to trust him.
the headquarters 2 hours after they left
Yeah,
in
these
Fort
people
Worth,
are all
Texas.
in the fucking
The fix was
consciousness
already
cults,
in
most likely,
to kill the story.
The second press release was far different from the first, saying the wreckage was actually from a weather balloon. Could the Army's top intelligence investigators have committed such a basic blunder, failing to recognize the mundane remains of a weather balloon when they first encountered it? No, says nuclear physicist and part-time UFO researcher Stanton Friedman.
Also, Stant T. Freeman has no physicist degree. He's fucking full of shit. Cooper goes over that.
Who's been investigating the Roswell crash for over a decade. He says that while Marcel was in the air, the Roswell base commander, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, got orders from Washington to cover up the incident.
And what he did was arrange for the wreckage of a weather balloon, the radar reflector on a weather balloon.
And for a while, the saucer saga was forgotten, and might have remained so if Major Marcel hadn't rekindled the fire in 1980. Just before he died, Marcel admitted that the weather balloon story had been fabricated to hide the truth. He told Walter Hutt there really was a saucer crash.
He made statements to the effect that it was nothing of this world. It couldn't be bent, torn, cut, pierced, burned. He went through a whole list of them. He said, we just don't have the technology to produce material like I brought in from that ranch.
The government steadfastly maintains that there never was a crash near Roswell. But Friedman contends his research shows there was not just one, but 2 UFO crashes that day. The result.
Also keep in mind Project Snowbird, where they claim that there was a crash and that the basically that they got the spaceship to work again. That's Project Snowbird.
Of a spectacular mid-air collision, which brings us to our close encounter of the third kind. Freeman says wreckage of the second craft landed some 200 miles away from the first. And this time, there were survivors.
When I first came up to the craft, the creatures were laying like this in a line, side by side. And the live one was over here.
Gerald Anderson says he was 5 years old when he and his family came across the unearthly wreckage and bodies.
And my dad was kind of right about here, and he was sitting like this. My Uncle Ted was standing more over here, kind of leaned over like this, and they were talking to this creature.
Anderson's story matches that of others who were in the area at the time. With the help of hypnotherapy, he's been able to remember the encounter with startling detail. His description matches those from people who claim to have seen aliens. 4 feet tall, grayish skin, large eyes, long skinny arms and fingers. Anderson recalls 2 aliens were dead, a third dying, and a 4th alien survivor seemed to be trying to communicate.
Then just suddenly he turned and he looked at me. And when that happened, all kinds of things just started happening inside my head. I started getting sensations of tumbling and falling and an awful loneliness, like there was no way he could possibly get back to where he came from.
Anderson says that within a matter of minutes, the military arrived, sealing off the area. The civilians at the site were threatened with bodily harm if they talked. Nevertheless, in the past 20 years, hundreds of witnesses have come forward, some daring to speak only on their deathbeds. Out in the New Mexico desert, there's no longer any trace of alien craft. Stanton Friedman says the story can't be covered up forever. There were simply too many witnesses.
We have testimony from over 200 people concerned with these events, people who handled the wreckage, people who described the bodies, people who had direct orders, military orders, to do this, that, or the other thing. We have consistent testimony that in a court of law would convict anybody of a crime.
Even with the overwhelming amount of testimony, the government has refused to acknowledge that either crash ever happened. None of the debris has surfaced, neither have any official documents, and most of the first-hand witnesses have died. As for the captured alien, the most often told story suggests that he lived for a few years at a military installation and then died of an unexplained illness in the early 50s.
E.T.
When we return, close encounters of the fourth kind, people who claim to have been abducted.
Once the beam of light hit me, I was paralyzed.
Extraterrestrial
The following
biological
program
entity.
deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information.
Close encounters of the fourth kind are by far the most frightening abductions of human beings by aliens. According to those who claim to have been abducted, they're transported by a beam of light aboard a spacecraft, set up on an examination table, surrounded by strange creatures, probed and prodded as tissue and fluid samples are taken, and then returned to the point from which they were abducted, most often with little or no recollection of what happened. The one thing they know for certain is that minutes, even hours, have passed that they can't account for. This form of amnesia is known as missing time.
This missing time aspect is very, very common in abduction experiences, where the person cannot remember where he or she was.
Bud Hopkins, best-selling author and UFO abduction investigator.
It was early, fairly early, about
Cooper says not to trust Bud Hopkins either.
9 in the morning when I headed out, and it was nearly noon when I got back. And that didn't really seem to make much sense.
Jean Robinson, abducted twice in childhood.
I didn't feel anything. I was you're just like time stops.
Cindy Doherty, abducted with her mother, Judy, in 1973.
And at that point, the events are blank.
Jesse Long, abducted several times since 1956.
Under hypnosis, we seem to find the only tool we have of getting at what is a genuine period of missing time.
In recent years, hypnosis has gained wider acceptance as a reliable method to enhance memory of past events. Even police departments have used the method to help witnesses remember details of crimes. John Carpenter is a psychiatric hypnotherapist from Springfield, Missouri, who's worked with over 50 people who claim they were abducted by aliens.
They're not fantasizing or creating these stories, but they're very real people who are telling me the same, almost boring details.
And over again, we get these hidden consistencies in abduction reports which come out through hypnosis, and they match exactly the kinds of things that come out under normal recall.
And I don't remember stopping. I don't remember pulling over and parking the car, but it was inside the, halfway in the road and halfway not.
And this is when I saw this spotlight then was doing this like a beam.
Once the beam of light hit me, I was paralyzed.
And at that moment, that's when I was on the craft.
The description of the UFO occupants are extremely similar.
They were about 3 feet tall.
Maybe this high.
Their skin looked like it was made of marshmallow.
White, pale color.
And they had real big eyes.
Large, dark eyes.
They had real large claw-like hands.
So I couldn't tell if they were mittens or what. Just two nostrils or slits for a nose and a slit for a mouth.
They didn't walk, they like glided.
The bottom part of their legs kind of like almost robotic.
The person will describe being on a table, which is generally metallic. They are unable to move.
And the beings were standing around me,
looking at me,
examining my body.
Now, when they're on the table, they describe operations which take place.
The next thing I remember, they have this thing in front of my eye.
Like a metal instrument that was kind of like shaped like an L. And it went all the way back down to here, though, in my throat.
As proof the operations have taken place, those who believe they were abducted often point to unexplainable scars, even implants.
My mother remembers me pointing out that I had a scar on my leg. She said it never bled.
The scar appeared simultaneously with Jesse's abduction experience at age 4 in 1956. Beneath the scar, Jesse could always feel a small object.
It was in my leg for 34 years, and I finally decided to have it removed. And this is what they took out.
Though tests have revealed the object is made of silicone and trace metals, they don't answer where it came from. If it is an alien implant, one theory is that it might be a tracking device similar to those used in tagging operations for birds and other wildlife.
We're looking at something which is more like what we do with wildlife. It seems scientific, it seems research-oriented. It seems like there's a real important purpose behind it, and not to interfere or destroy us, but in terms that we have something that perhaps they need, and perhaps they're helping us in some way.
In addition to the consistent and compelling nature of these abduction accounts, it's the conviction behind the stories that has impressed Dr. John Mack, a professor of psychiatry at Harvard Medical School.
What is persuasive to me is that these individuals report this experience as real. It is not dream, it is not fantasy, it is not delusion in my judgment.
I've had every psychological test
they have, and they all came out just fine.
Inevitably, all this anecdotal evidence invited the question, why do abductions happen? The answer could be that we're part of a grand intergalactic biological experiment.
Some people hypothesize that their planet or where they come from is arid and barren, and they've lost their own reproductive capabilities, so they are trying to find a new genetic stock with us.
Perhaps.
What I missed, I was looking for a snack, but couldn't find none. Sorry, I think I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. Yeah, it's freaking everything's got sugar in it. I can't eat sugar.
We're looking at some survival process where part of our makeup is strengthening their makeup.
There is very powerful evidence, and this sounds crazy, but
well, you said you're getting freaked out. Obviously, I missed some.
it's true that they are trying to achieve some kind of blend or mix.
It's almost as if the missing link is knocking at our back door.
The stories are hard to believe. However, people who live thousands of miles apart and have never been in contact with each other have described their ordeals with striking similarity, and reported incidents of abduction are on the rise. But no government authorities have come forward to corroborate the information. After this break, we'll look into what governments all over the world know about UFOs and why they've classified their information beyond top secret.
People are more afraid of our government than they are of organized crime.
Since the first UFO sightings in 1947, our government has willingly told us two things about flying saucers. A, they don't exist, and B, no government agency has any more information about the subject than has already been made public. But UFO investigators charge that documents in their possession prove that the military and the government, since the end of World War II, have orchestrated a constant and effective campaign of disinformation concerning UFOs.
Our government has flat out lied to us for 40 years or more. They've threatened people and intimidated people. They've spied on UFO groups, infiltrated UFO groups, spied on researchers, compiled dossiers. Their response is bordered on paranoia.
In 1988, reporter George Knapp of Las Vegas CBS television station KLAS began investigating the U.S. government's involvement with UFOs. He says he's found evidence proving a massive cover-up that began in 1947 and continues to this day.
The CIA says that it does not collect information on UFOs, and it hasn't since the 50s. There are reams of documents squeezed out of the CIA that indicate that they have on staff CIA UFO experts, agency personnel monitoring the situation on an ongoing basis. The FBI denied having any documents on UFOs in the 1970s, the early 1970s. 3 years later, they released 1,700 pages of information on UFOs, documents that they had. They lied.
UFOs and intelligence.
But for UFO researchers, there is one persistent problem with those hundreds of released pages. Most, like this 1958 UFO memo to President Eisenhower, have been highly censored, essentially making them unreadable. Even this National Security Agency document explaining why UFO data should remain secret is itself almost entirely blacked out. Ironically, the official position of the U.S. government is that UFOs are not a threat to national security. Yet the agencies involved claim the censored information is vital to national security. From 1947 to 1969, the Air Force conducted Project Blue Book. Staffed with just 3 people, it studied 12,000 UFO sightings. All but 701 were explained to the military's satisfaction. And the group that remained unexplained?
It does not contain any pattern of purpose or of consistency that we can relate to any conceivable threat to the United States.
The Air Force closed Blue Book in 1969, but project critics weren't satisfied.
The first person to head it up, Captain Edward J. Rappelt, quit in disgust, wrote his own book, and declared that there was something to UFOs, and the Project Blue Book was nothing more than a whitewash.
The United States government has spent a lot of time and effort debunking UFOs, even to the point of turning the whole thing into a joke.
Of all the items in our stock catalog,
So here's a list of some modern UFO sightings. I'm not going to go over them all. Triangle shape, huge disc, hypersonic blinking green light, cigar, triangle, triangle, light, circle, triangle, star, triangle, triangle, changing, unknown, changing formation. Most of that was drones. One flat, black, lightless triangle, one arrowhead-shaped craft with 5 lights. Blah, blah. The list goes on and on. You get the idea.
Only one which would have the high velocity and low wind resistance of flying saucers. The cover of a GI trash can.
But some military people, like retired Marine Major Donald Keogh, spoke out, accusing the government of hiding what it knows about UFOs.
This is not an attack on the Air Force spokesman or the project spokesman. They are simply following orders to explain away all UFO sightings as quickly as possible when they become public and deny that UFOs really exist.
We have not been hiding anything. The investigations have been made public. The explanations of those where there is a clear explanation have been made public.
What the Air Force hadn't made public was that its pilots had been reporting UFO contacts since World War II. The Air Force was so concerned that in 1953, it even sent its own planes on a mission to seek out and photograph flying saucers. Guy Kirkwood was one of the flyers. After 19 days in the air, he and his fighter group spotted 16 objects, 2 miles to the west.
They broke rank and just started moving all over. They were below us, they were above us, they were out in front of us, and accelerating, literally at lightning speed. And a dot in the distance, maybe several miles away from you at that point, maybe a pencil point, all of a sudden closing on you at the rate of several thousand miles an hour, and a 36-foot object, which is basically almost the same size as our aircraft, with a 36-foot wingspan. But all of a sudden, this thing is just closing on you faster than you're able to think.
After 2 more encounters with smaller groups of discs, the Air Force called off the mission because of the physical effects on the flight crews. Kirkwood went on to become a commercial pilot, and later he began to talk about his UFO encounters. That quickly earned him a visit from 2 government agents who told him to stop.
And they said, well, if the government doesn't like the information being released, and to continue could be detrimental to your health.
Kirkwood says the pilots shot thousands of feet of film of UFOs. That film has never been made public. Other government officials, including a senator and 2 men who became president, have tried unsuccessfully to shed some light on the UFO phenomenon.
Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater, President Gerald Ford, and President Jimmy Carter, who actually saw a UFO himself and filed a formal report, have all sought to have top-secret UFO information released to the public. All requests for that information were denied. Cover-up allegations aren't limited to the United States government either. Author Timothy Good claims that governments around the world are keeping UFO information top secret. And in his book, Above Top Secret, he claims only an elite few have access to that information.
I would like to emphasize that very few people in governments have the faintest idea what's happening, because so little of the research is made known to top ministers.
One country is bucking that trend. Belgium has acknowledged tracking unidentified, seemingly intelligently controlled craft in its airspace. Radar tapes released by the Air Force show an object jumping from 200 meters to 2,000 meters in 1 second, a distance of just over a mile. The Belgian Air Force has even put aside a plane to search for the objects. But the attitude of the United States remains very different. UFO experts claim our government is conducting top-secret research into UFOs in the middle of the Nevada desert. South of a dry lake bed known as Area 51 is a place known as S4, allegedly home to a super-secret government research facility. In the course of our investigation, we found a scientist who says he used to work there. Robert Lazar was shocked when he first discovered what it was he would be working on.
Got out of the... I don't trust... Cooper says don't trust Bob Lazar either. I also don't trust him.
Bus, I was told to walk directly through the hangar, and immediately, even before entering the hangar, you can see the edge of a disc This is your classic flying saucer, 2 inverted pie plates, if you wish, with a segmented and larger area dome on top. Within minutes of that, I finally realized that this had nothing to do with something the government was producing. And it was quite shocking because everything inside was small. This is a full-size craft, 30, 35 feet in diameter, maybe 40. But you're looking at seats that are, 18 inches off the ground, obviously made, for something smaller. And certainly wasn't made for children to play in.
Lazar says there were 9 spaceships in all, and he claims to have seen one fly.
It began to lift off the ground almost silently. There was a hiss sound, like a corona discharge, if you hear around high voltage systems, accompanied by a faint, it probably would have been brighter at night, a faint blue glow around the bottom. As the craft approached about 30 feet, 20 feet, something like that off the ground, that corona discharge disappeared. The sound stopped, and the craft stood there silently and slowly drifted over to the left and then to the right.
The government denies they're testing alien craft at S4. Lazar no longer works there and nowadays spends his time working on one of his hobbies, jet car racing. He alleges that after he went public, security officers at the base threatened his life. He also says that his employment and military service records have disappeared. Despite repeated requests, the government can't find them. The subcontractor who hired him for the job at S4 refuses to comment. But a few clues support Lazar's contention that he is a scientist and that he has worked for the government. This W-2 form indicates that he had been employed by the Department of Naval Intelligence. Before his stint at S4, Lazar claims to have worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratory. Los Alamos officials can't find any record of him, but his name does appear in a laboratory phone book from that time. Reporter George Knapp was able to track down a few of Lazar's colleagues who could confirm parts of his story. But
Cooper says that Lazar was there to test for radiation of some other subject, and that's the only reason why his name was in the phone book.
when they talked to Knapp, something strange happened.
One after another had visits from government personnel who basically intimidated or told them to back off, followed them around. There didn't have to be any direct communication where an agent says, you keep talking to this guy, you're going to end up in a river. The message was very clear.
Since Lazar's story broke, Area 51 has become a hotbed for UFO sightings.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Are you seeing this thing zip back and forth, or is it just... You see that? It just zipped to the left. See it again?
While our cameras were there, a bright light appeared in the night sky.
No.
Utterly silent, it seemed to float below the mountaintops. Analysis of our videotape proved inconclusive. Those who might know the answers aren't talking.
I've been covering organized crime in Las Vegas for 10 years, dealing with mob hitmen and mob informants, people who have been in the witness protection program. The fear that is generated by this UFO subject for people who really know about it far outweighs the kind of fear that the mob inspires. I mean, people are more afraid of our government than they are of organized crime.
I am exactly sure of what I saw. I know what mainstream science is like. I know where physics stands. I know all of that. And this is an extraterrestrial craft. This technology is hundreds and hundreds of years in advance of us, and that's the end of that story.
Tonight, we have heard from dozens of people who describe their encounters with UFOs and aliens. Well, if it's all true, skeptics wonder why aliens haven't landed on the White House lawn. Believers claim that they just might. UFO advocates have put forward one engaging theory. It states that we are being methodically conditioned for the eventual revelation that alien life forms do exist. More official UFO information has surfaced through the Freedom of Information Act. More people are willing to talk. And when the day finally comes and the facts are made public, the shock to our collective system would be minimal. But then, it's only a theory. For the UFO Report, I'm Tim White. Good night.
All right, so I'm gonna play another video just because I'm not really in a talkative mood. This is a
the following
completely
program
different
deals
subject.
with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not
Factual. What you'll see tonight might contradict what you think you know about ghosts.
Ghosts and ghouls.
The perception most of us have of ghosts was manufactured in Hollywood, where until recently, the paranormal has been treated as a source of either lighthearted comedy or heavy-handed horror. One of Hollywood's most recent attempts at treating the paranormal in a more sophisticated fashion resulted in the surprise blockbuster Ghost. Explainable force.
And obviously it frightened me. So I just stood there and looked at it and it disappeared into the wall.
I saw a silhouette of somebody watching my room.
The feeling of fingers moving up and down your arm.
She was floating horizontally up and down in front of the window.
And I ran in the room to find her bed elevated off the floor about maybe a foot, foot and a half.
You could not see through him. It was solid.
And I had the feeling that somebody was trying to enter my body or make a contact with me in some way.
About a foot from my bed was standing a ghost.
Whatever they are, whatever you call them, ghosts, spirits, shades, specters, apparitions, there is not a corner of the world they do not inhabit. From this haunted castle in England to this haunted house in Hawaii, a Bavarian monastery, an Italian apartment, mansions in the south, taverns in the west, from this farmhouse all the way to the White House, we have a fascination with ghosts.
But I have to tell you, I am puzzled, because every once in a while, our little dog Rex will start down that long hall toward that room, just glaring as if he's seeing something and barking, and he stops in front of Lincoln's door, the bedroom door, and would not go in the room.
One of the most interesting things about this phenomena is that it's not culturally dependent. For example, leprechauns are seen only in Ireland, gargoyles in Eastern Europe, but haunting or ghost phenomena has been reported in all cultures since the beginning of time.
How do you turn myth and legend into scientific fact? The search for photographic evidence has produced many hoaxes, but a handful of pictures defy explanation. Startling images, spectral apparitions. Are these people from the past trying to make contact with the present?
There's a lot of fraud in this, there's a lot of imagination, there's a lot of wishful thinking. But when you strip that all out, there's about 20% hardcore stuff that is...
That's my chair squeaking, probably. That's my chair. YouTube's not letting me comment on my own thing because we live in fucking retard land.
Exceedingly difficult to explain.
Within that 20%, haunted Longleat Castle in England. In 1965, a film crew in search of a ghost set up an infrared movie camera. After hundreds of hours of filming, they captured this extremely rare moment, a light emerging from one door and disappearing into another.
All the lighting conditions were controlled. The windows were blacked out. There was no possibility of moonlight or car headlights or anything coming through. When we saw the stuff later, there was this shaft of light, which is, to me, is completely unexplainable.
And indeed, this paranormal phenomenon has remained unexplained for 35 years. This New Orleans mansion's haunted history is chronicled in diaries written over 100 years ago. The family that originally lived here buried their dead infant in the wall of the nursery. The ghost of that baby's nanny is said to haunt the house to this day, a benevolent spirit watching over the people who live here now.
I've had dinner parties, and she'd walk through the room. Everybody at the dinner table would see her. She just ignores you. She just walks through as though no one's there. She never looks at you, nothing, she just walks through.
But there's a darker side to the hauntings here. Other ghosts who the residents say are not kind but malevolent. Two family dogs, a male and a female, have been recent victims.
The female jumped out of the second floor window to the ground below, and the male was dead in the solarium. No marks or anything else, he was just dead. But there was obvious signs of them trying to get out. They had clawed their way halfway through a wooden door. Something had frightened them to that point of mass hysteria.
When the apparition resembles somebody who used to live in the house, it seems to be evidence of survival. But there's another explanation, and that is that it's just energy recorded in the environment that gets played back by our brains, kind of acting like a needle on a phonograph.
People also have...
And perhaps that's what may be happening on this abandoned aircraft carrier, the USS Cabot. The ghostly forms of crewmen who met with violent death in World War II have been seen again and again. One witness who had a chilling encounter on board was Jill Alexander.
When I turned, I was looking at a man in a uniform. It was an incredible feeling, and I couldn't speak, I couldn't move, and my friend kept pulling me to go up the stairs, and I said, Barry, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I think I'm looking at a ghost. Took off with me, and we flew down the boat.
The evidence we have is as strong as the witnesses that we have. You have to start taking a look at witness testimony. Now, many people in social science will say that a human witness is not a good witness, and yet our entire legal system seems to be based on that.
And interestingly, the one place where ghosts have been proven to exist is in a court of law. When Jeff and Patrice Stembowski bought this house in Nyack, New York, the owner didn't tell them her house was haunted. 2 weeks after buying the house, they wanted out. They sued to get their money back, and a New York appellate court ruled in their favor.
That scared me. I can't live in any place that someone's telling me that it's haunted and ghosts leave things around for people and close doors and shake beds and things.
And, you know, in New York State, there really is not a disclosure law for the seller. It's buyer beware. And, you know, when you buy a house and there's something wrong, if you haven't checked it out, then that has to be your responsibility. In this case, clearly, ghosts fall into a different category.
The owner had claimed for years that her house was haunted, and that was proof enough for the court.
Their definition of a haunted house is if the owner says it's haunted, then it's haunted. She can't come back to court to dispute that fact later on. So, to my knowledge, it is America's only legally haunted house.
Coming up next, an average American family that claims their home is haunted by the ghostly victims of a murder-suicide.
I haven't been alone in the house since that time.
By and large, people who believe that they've encountered a ghost are frightened. So beyond gathering evidence, a critical role for the ghost investigator is crisis counselor to reassure people that they're not losing their sanity. You're about to meet a typical American family. They're ordinary people caught in the grips of an extraordinary situation. In 1985, the Brown family purchased this Victorian-era home in Portland, Oregon. It seemed to be a perfect place to raise a young family.
When we first moved into the house, I got this strange feeling like we were never alone.
Perhaps the eerie history of the house played a role. In 1973, the house was the scene of a grisly murder-suicide. A distraught husband shot and killed his wife and then turned the gun on himself, a crime of passion that left their 5 children orphans.
I decided, okay, it happened, we'll just forget about it. Then when things started happening, I started really wondering, was it them? It had to have been them, a husband and a wife.
At first, the disturbances were minor. Lights going on and off, trouble with the VCR and electrical outlets. Occurrences easily dismissed as typical in an old house. But no one could dismiss what daughter Cassie saw. 2 apparitions, a woman tucking Cassie's blankets into the bed, and a strange man lurking in the background.
There was a guy standing by the door. I was really sort of afraid of him because he did nothing. He just stood there like he was watching her tuck me in or something.
After the 3rd time, her coming to me with the lady tucking her in, I decided to kind of check while they're asleep, check their beds to see. And it was tucked in between the mattresses. I don't do that.
It sounds like that what's being reported are figures that interact. They are therefore seemingly self-conscious, self-aware, which would place them in the category of apparitions or ghosts.
Initially, Caroline wondered if it was all in her head.
I didn't understand why this was going on. It was kind of confusing. You know, you try to look for the logical explanations. And so, to me, it had to have been me, even though it was something I didn't do. And then when I started really paying attention and watching, I knew I wasn't doing it, and I knew no one else was doing it.
Since 1985, the Browns have experienced over 24 ghostly episodes. Footsteps, voices, flying objects. Once a space heater was mysteriously plugged in and turned on to warm the children. Family pets refuse to stay inside when no one's home. The family says much of the haunting occurs on or around the anniversary of the murder-suicide, December the 23rd.
I went down to the landing and I saw someone by the Christmas tree. And I thought it was Santa, so I jumped up and clapped my hands, and they turned around and it surprised me, and they disappeared somehow. I don't know.
The hall light's always left on for the kids and everything, and my door was left open a little bit. I woke up and I saw the silhouette of a man coming towards me. My first thought is intruder. I gotta get the light on, get the guns. I had to react. So I'm watching this, and we have the lights that have the rope down from the ceiling. So I'm scrambling, looking for that, keeping this sight, this person in sight, ready to fight, ready to do anything I needed to do. Got the light on, it was gone.
The incidents in the house have not been limited to the immediate family.
I was on the second floor cleaning, and I was to take some boxes of excess toys up to the third floor.
I was sleeping on the couch. I think it was like kitty corner from the door.
I was upstairs. Kip had taken the two children to school, and there was no one in the house.
I heard a woman shriek.
I heard shouting that woke me up.
I heard the footsteps, fairly heavy ones, going upstairs to the third floor.
And then there was some movement on top of a box that was already sitting there on the floor.
I saw the silhouette of a man and a woman.
I haven't been alone in the house since that time.
It was hard for me to, accept, because it was so real.
And you're so positive someone is there. And no one. No one. Very unusual.
But for all the occurrences, the family has never really felt threatened.
Nothing's happened that's been real negative. It's been nerve-wracking, but anything that's happened to the kids has been positive. Sort of like taking care, making sure, watching over them. Me, even though you get nervous, you just decide, hey, this is my house. I want to live here. And you deal with it.
Lloyd Auerbach is the co-founder of the Office of Paranormal Investigations. He specializes in helping families through haunting situations, and he recently investigated this case.
This is a real interesting case because of the sheer number of witnesses that we have. The testimony from them seems very good. The folks are very, very normal. And I like their attitude that, yeah, they've been a little uncomfortable, but they're living with it and are taking control, that they have really done all the right things without us even being here to begin with, to just intuitively.
Caroline's first instinct was to comfort her children and to try to eliminate the anxiety that comes with the unknown.
What Cassie does to deal with her fear, we have bells hanging up. She rings this before climbing into bed. Then she comes up here, rings this bell.
With the children, Auerbach stresses the importance of treating the haunting as a game. Special toys can help alleviate fears. Caroline has devised her own combination of lavender and water that Cassie can use to fend off ghosts.
It's important to set ground rules both with the ghosts, but certainly with the kids so that they understand how to deal.
Yeah, well, I've told the ghosts. In fact, it was the last time that Cassie had seen the man in our room. The next day I got up and I walked around saying, you will not show yourselves to the kids. You will not do any pranks around the kids. You will not scare them.
I think that with a situation with a murder-suicide, you have obviously heavy emotion that's put into play here. If we're dealing with apparitions in this case, where they're a little self-conscious and self-aware, the reasons why they're staying around are their reasons. They're not because they died in a murder-suicide.
I feel like the couple is somehow grounded here. I'm not an expert, I don't know. I can just guess. They like being with the kids, I think. I feel like maybe they miss their own kids. I mean, that's, a lot of kids to leave behind. So, and somehow they feel a little bit more comforted, maybe, being with mine.
The bell thing was interesting.
We're a family, and I think they like family atmosphere.
Whether there are really ghosts
No,
there or
there are
not,
no ghosts.
this taking control, this responsibility issue on the part of the living family that's there has worked. We can't prove from the perspective of, we can't point at a meter at these ghosts and say that they're there, but we can say that the subjective experience of the family has been dealt with in a way that makes them feel comfortable and that resolves to the point that they want.
When you're going through it, it'll make a believer out of you. When you have all these unexplainable things,
They're giving this
and
lady
you start
switching
seeing
every
figures,
time.
you change your mind real quick.
Just went like a 5-minute.
Coming up next, researchers who claim they have contacted the dead and captured voices from beyond.
Whoa.
In the past, people tried to make contact with ghosts through mediums and spiritualists and seances that were often clearly frauds. Today, investigators are taking a much more high-tech approach. A worldwide organization of over 300 researchers is now working in the area of EVP, electronic voice phenomena, where voices, supposedly from ghosts, have been imprinted directly on audio recording tape.
Please try to speak. Please try to give us a message. Please tell me who is here. Please try to give us your name. The time is 11:50 a.m. Sarah Estep recording.
Sarah Estep is the founder of the American Association of Electronic Voice Phenomena. She considers herself a modern medium, attempting to capture the voices of the dead on audio tape.
The microphones are yours. Who is with me? I'm recording voices from other dimensions. I started a little over 15 years ago. As a psychical investigator, I was very skeptical about the phenomena, but I decided to try it and see if I could get voices, and I did after 7 days. I started picking up voices on my own, and I have continued ever since.
EVP recorders worldwide conform to exacting standards to eliminate the possibility that their machines are simply picking up ambient sound or radio signals, and only new, commercially packaged tape is used. Surprisingly, the ghostly voices are not audible during the actual recording process. They're only discovered later, when the tape is played back. And in some cases, the voices are recorded on the reverse side of the tape. Generally, the words are only heard once. We are repeating them here for clarity. The voices are often recorded at places that are reputed to be haunted. The Westminster Church and Burying Ground in Baltimore is one of the oldest in America. Many of the graves here date back to the 1700s. Edgar Allan Poe is buried here, alongside his young wife, Virginia. Beneath the church, catacombs reach deep into the earth. According to parish records, many of the people entombed here met a violent death. Legend has it the place is haunted. When Sarah Estep came to the catacombs, she recorded these voices.
I was here a few years ago, and I picked up the message. We leave the soul right down here. Would like to speak. Would love to hear from you. Any message for us?
Well, there's a skull right down. Well, there's a skull right down.
Point Lookout Light stands on an open promontory on the western shore of the Chesapeake Bay. Many instances of paranormal phenomena have been reported in this desolate place, events that may reflect the area's tragic past. During the Civil War, 50,000 Confederate prisoners captured at Gettysburg were held here. forced to endure freezing cold, disease, and starvation. Thousands died and were buried in mass graves near the lighthouse.
The prisoners were brought here largely by steamboats and were made to walk along the sandy beach up to Fort Lincoln, where they were then turned inland and marched to the prison pen. Over 50,000 Confederate prisoners made this march, and for over 4,000 of them, it was the last march they made since they died prisoners of war.
This has to be one of the places that I've investigated that it's just the whole area is just full of activity. It's not just localized to one building or one spot on the grounds. It includes the whole area. I've never come in contact with anything like that before.
The phenomena at Point Lookout seem to follow one of the classic patterns of a haunting. Some ghost researchers suggest that highly charged emotions from the past may actually become imprinted on the environment. And in fact, many people have reported seeing apparitions in uniform, recalling Point Lookout's tragic Civil War history.
When I was driving, I saw a figure of a man dressed in long pants and a gray coat run across the road behind me. It was actually where many thousands of the Confederate soldiers were actually buried. I immediately returned, and when I got to where I'd seen him cross the road, there was no trail coming out of the woods on one side of the road, nor trail into the woods on the other side, nor was there any sign of the anybody in the area. This has happened different times, always on the same section of road. I've never been able to explain this occurrence.
Over the years, many paranormal investigations have been drawn to Point Lookout. Photographer Ron Stallings took this picture inside the lighthouse. Next to Nancy Stallings is what appears to be the faint image of a man in uniform. Electronic voice phenomena has been recorded in several locations inside the lighthouse. The basement seems to be the focus of this activity. Some scientists believe EVP may be caused by the researchers themselves imprinting on the tape through psychokinesis, or as the result of electronic interference. But there is one aspect of EVP that defies explanation: when the recorder asks a specific question and gets a direct answer.
Here in the basement of the lighthouse, I recorded the clear voice of a young boy that said, "I was seeing the war." Were you a soldier here?
I was seeing the war. I was seeing the war.
Coming up next, the horrifying real-life investigation that led to the best-selling thriller and motion picture, The Entity.
What we saw, we were able to get on film.
The following program deals with a controversial subject. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information.
In the quest for evidence, two researchers from UCLA got more than they bargained for. Kerry Gaynor and Dr. Barry Taff were witness to one of the most celebrated cases in ghost hunting history, the Entity case. It was later popularized in a book and a film called The Entity. But what the real investigators found when they met the victim of the haunting was more bizarre and more compelling than any movie.
When I went over to her house, we conducted about a 2-hour interview, and during that time, she told us a lot of interesting experiences, but I knew she was holding something back. And at the end of the interview, she finally admitted to us that she was attacked and raped by the ghost.
Jesus.
At that time, we thought she was probably crazy.
The events that then transpired over the next 10 weeks were chronicled in the Journal of the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, including the night the investigators went from being skeptics to true believers.
The lady screamed out, "It's in my bedroom." We ran in there. She shouted out, "It's over in the corner." We fired our Polaroid camera in the direction that she said. We didn't see anything, but the picture came out bleached out white completely. She shouted out again, "It's in the corner." Again, we fired our camera, and it was bleached out completely. At that point, I thought the camera was just malfunctioning. I waited till she said it was gone, and I took 2 control pictures. Those pictures are perfectly normal pictures. The only difference, she said it was in the corner in the first ones, and in these, she said it was gone. A few moments later, we felt a cold breeze of air coming through the door, accompanied by a horrible stench, a stench so foul, some people were vomiting. We fired the camera in the direction that that breeze was flowing towards us, and again, the picture was bleached out completely, except at the bottom of the doorway, you can see a little round ball of light. A few minutes later, she screamed out, "It's right in front of my face." We fired the camera, and the face was completely obliterated. But you can see the curtains behind her, you can see her dress. She shouted out again, "It's right in front of my face." Again, the face is completely obliterated. Now, those were her exact words, "It's right in front of my face." Once again, I wanted a control picture. I waited till she said it was gone, and I took the final picture. And this is a perfect, normal picture. It's just dark because we didn't adjust the setting. There's a scratch on it, which we put on it when we tried to clean it a little bit. But otherwise, it's a normal picture. The only difference between these two, in one, she said it was in front of my face. In the other one, she said it was gone.
Even with these pictures, Gaynor still had trouble convincing his colleagues at UCLA that he was on to something significant.
Initially, they would say, "Well, you're hallucinating." So then I would look at them and say, "Well, we've got 20 witnesses." And they would say, "Well, then it's obviously mass hallucination."
Gaynor returned to the house a number of times, bringing more witnesses with him, and the eerie phenomenon became even more pronounced.
We started seeing balls of light lighting up the walls, and everybody in the room would see this. And the lights would get bigger and bigger and brighter and brighter. And at some point, I finally started talking to it. And I said, "Well, if you're really here, come off."
What? What do you want? You got a question or something?
The wall, because what I was concerned was that somebody in the room was faking it and they were projecting the light onto the wall. Well, when I asked that question, the light lifted off the wall, floated into the middle of our room, started spinning and twisting and expanding in different directions simultaneously. It had full parallax. We could see it from all sides, and I had 9 professional photographers set up in the room that were shooting it from all sides.
Those are some pretty normal people. They don't seem like they're some kind of Looney Tunes.
The lights came in, it was like...
Remember the guy said that he thought that the lady was crazy.
Almost come in like in a state of anger. It almost came, all right, here I am, this is me. And it came in, it kind of did a little thing in the group, and then it was gone.
It was the most extraordinary thing we've ever come across. It happened over and over again. We experienced a plethora of phenomena during that investigation.
The part that interested me the most was the fact that what we saw, we were able to get on film.
The photographers at that session had only limited success capturing the entity on film, with one notable exception.
What we see here are reverse arcs of light. One arc goes right here, another arc goes right here. Now, the reason this picture is so important to us is that the arc on the wall, if it were really on the wall, would be bent, because those two walls there are perpendicular. It's not bent, which means the arc is floating in space. The significance for that for us as researchers is, of course, that means it's dimensional and very, very difficult to fake. This was not somebody with a flashlight shining it on a wall. That light is in empty space.
The negative of this photo was authenticated by Popular Photography and was the only alleged ghost photo ever published in the magazine. Frank DeFelitta, the author of Audrey Rose, was also witness to the phenomena. His incredible first-hand experience in the Culver City, California house inspired him to write The Entity, which was later made into a motion picture.
All the instruments started clicking away. So I knew everyone was seeing this at the same time that I was. And we were ducking, and everyone was saying, oh my God, look at that, oh my God. And then Doris started screaming. That was the woman who was being belabored by this creature, started screaming, I don't want to see your lights, show us yourself. Damn you, show us yourself. She started cursing and swearing at it. And there, lo and behold, at that point, it started to appear. It sort of developed a kind of, a kind of arm was articulated. You could see sort of like an arm, and then a neck. And then of all things, a kind of bald head. Now this could have been our imagination, but collectively we saw the same thing, every one of us. We saw the same thing.
We don't consider our pictures proof of anything. We consider them part of the struggle to gather evidence to try to understand this phenomenon. During our investigations, we spend thousands of hours trying to be in the right place at the right time. In the entity case, for some reason, we were there. We were there at the right time. And we were experiencing the phenomena over and over again. Although some of the people there found it frightening, I found it very exciting and exhilarating. That's what I'm in this for. It's an opportunity to witness things that we've been taught all our life cannot be. It's a connection with the unknown.
Traditionally, a haunting is associated with a place, but investigators in the entity case always suspected that this haunting was somehow connected to the woman herself. And in fact, when she fled the house, the entity went with her. For 5 years, the haunting diminished gradually and has now completely disappeared.
When we return, a team of paranormal experts stalk ghostly apparitions in a special investigation. And a man who claims to have contacted his dead child with his video camera and recorded it on tape.
The study of ghost phenomena is still in its most primitive stages. Trying to gather data that will conclusively prove the existence of ghosts is a time-consuming and usually unsuccessful process, often carried out in the shadow of disdain from the scientific mainstream. How exactly do ghost investigators conduct their research? Now, we'll take a look at the anatomy of a ghost investigation. We'll follow one from the beginning to the end. The investigation site is a Japanese restaurant in Georgia, where customers and employees report frightening, unexplained phenomena.
There would be a lot of weird noises at night, footsteps. People would see things or lights would flash. There's certain areas in the restaurant that just kind of give you the creeps, make your hair stand up. There's a place back in the back part of this area that is just kind of an ominous feeling where you just feel like you can't breathe. The air's real heavy, and nobody wants to go back there. I mean, we even have a few chefs that when they have to go past the area, they run.
You'll see somebody like at a corner, and you just barely see them, and they'll be turning, walking away from you, and you'll think it's your friend or somebody, and you'll call out their name and go over and talk to them or something, and they won't be there.
One morning, I was downstairs getting ready to open, and I saw someone come down the hallway. And I thought it was the manager at first, and I said good morning, and nobody answered, and I thought it was strange. And I looked up, and whoever it was just took 2 steps and was gone.
At a loss to explain these eerie occurrences, the restaurant management contacted Dr. William Roll, one of this country's foremost parapsychologists.
They were having disturbances that resulted in their employees leaving and their customers asking questions. They were seeing apparitions, essentially. So it's a unique opportunity for us because as a haunting case, it's a sort of strong case. There were some definite phenomena, according to witnesses.
To investigate the restaurant haunting, Dr. Roll brings together a team of well-respected paranormal investigators, each an expert in a different area of scientific inquiry. Dr. Michaeline Mayer, a pioneer in statistical analysis of psychic investigations. Christopher Chacon, co-founder of the Office of Paranormal Investigations. He brings a battery of high-tech instrumentation to the site. And psychic Daniel Brinkley. Dr. Roll believes Brinkley may have a gift for making contact with apparitions.
Ghosts are real.
Since most of the apparitions have been sighted at night, the team agrees that an overnight surveillance will be the most productive way to utilize their diverse talents and equipment. This all-night vigil is preceded by days of information gathering. As in any investigation, the first step is interviewing the witnesses. In this case, the workers who have seen the apparition. Then Dr. Mayer has them indicate on a floor plan where they saw them. She next brings in psychics who try to sense the presence of paranormal activity.
Some people, psychics, sensitives, believe in ghosts, believe that they can experience these ghosts. And indeed, when we have these people walk through a site where a ghost has been reported, often, not always of course, but often they're able to pick up on the very sites where something paranormal has been previously reported.
By correlating the responses of the workers and the psychics, Dr. Mayer hopes to pinpoint the paranormal hotspots the team should concentrate on. Christopher Chacon's first step is to take baseline readings throughout the restaurant when no apparition is present,
That way, he'll know if any changes in electromagnetism, atmosphere, or light do occur that could be associated with a ghost sighting.
The idea is to monitor the environment, and that's all the equipment can do. It cannot, theoretically, pick up the existence of some entity. Since there's no way we really know how to measure the phenomena, perhaps if we were to look at the environment, we might be able to pick up something out of the ordinary. A good analogy might be, we're not really monitoring the person who's walking on a beach. We're looking at the footprints left on the beach after the person walks by.
Since no one knows how, or even if, apparitions affect the physical environment, Chacon uses equipment from many different scientific disciplines, including chemistry, physics, and meteorology.
With the high-growth thermograph, we could utilize this instrument along with individuals who might feel a sensation, if they in fact feel a cold spot or even a warmth feeling, and it's not something subjective. It should in fact also be picked up by the instrument. The Intevac nighttime vision goggles will help me monitor the instruments I'll be using in total darkness. And it might be actually in fact possible to pick up an anomaly through the goggles because of the technology that is being utilized.
For Dr. William Roll, the most important piece of equipment may be a magnetometer. He believes that there may be a connection between magnetic fields and human ability to experience apparitions. He theorizes that electromagnetic changes affect certain supersensitive people, and that this sensitivity allows them to experience the paranormal. The investigation begins at nightfall. The first few hours yield nothing, but then Christopher Chacon begins picking up high electromagnetic readings in and around one hallway. Michaeline Mayer independently confirms his readings. Her statistical analysis has already pinpointed this same hallway. As psychic Danyan Brinkley walks through the restaurant, he too records his strongest psychic impressions in the same hallway Mayer and Chacon have already pinpointed. The findings of the three team members are further confirmed by a former manager of the restaurant, who witnessed apparitions in this hallway on numerous occasions. When asked to return to the site with Brinkley, he's reluctant, but agrees.
And you said, I always see him here staring at me. Do we feel him?
Yeah. Unexpectedly, he feels the presence of an apparition at that moment. And at the same time, the monitoring equipment is picking up even higher levels of electromagnetism. Although no apparition appears that night, the fact that each of the researchers has been independently led to the identical spot using different investigative techniques is considered a victory for Dr. Roll's magnetic field theory.
The areas where the ghosts were experienced were associated with higher magnetic fields. It seems possible that the witnesses may have been sensitive to such fields.
All in all, the investigative team has been encouraged by the advances made this night. You might think this was a small result for so much concerted effort, but for the research team, this was an important step forward. Their findings establish a stronger foundation for further study. Dr. Roll's work at the restaurant continues.
Coming up next, a man who claims to have contacted his dead child with his video camera and recorded it on tape.
Oh, that's interesting.
To deny the existence of ghosts is easy. Skeptics say, I'll believe it when I see it, and walk away. But the people we've met tonight can't just walk away from what they've experienced. Those who have had a paranormal experience remember it for the rest of their lives. But for some, the experience changes their lives forever. Driven by his own experience, Klaus Schreiber has become a leader in the field of paranormal video phenomena, PVP. At his home in Luxembourg, Schreiber points his video camera at the blank screen of a TV, which is on but not set to any channel. He sends the picture of that blank screen from his camera into the TV and begins videotaping. So he is essentially shooting a picture of a picture of a picture into infinity. Nothing appears on the screen while he's shooting, and nothing shows up on tape until he views it one frame at a time. What he discovers then are seemingly unexplainable images of human faces.
It's already my car incoming. There she is on the right-hand side. There she is. Hold her.
The images are truly startling, but the most shocking one of all is a face that Schreiber is convinced is that of his deceased 17-year-old daughter. He believes she is trying to communicate with him. There are as yet no explanations for the images Schreiber finds on the videotape, but others who have repeated the...
That's interesting because when I had the screen on the other night on here, and I was making it so how is it going on? I had the screen on, and I had my own YouTube video on the screen, and then I was playing it through here, which was then making it reflect over and over. And that I did it a second time the next night, and like the first night it all started to turn orange, and then the second night nothing really happened. I thought that was strange.
Experiment.
Well, so maybe we should try that again after this video. See if we can summon some Ouija board screen ghosts.
Have gotten similar results. PvP is one of the newest methods employed by those seeking a window into another world, and it's still extremely controversial within the field of paranormal research. But Klaus Schreiber isn't deterred by skeptics, because his is a personal mission. He's not just trying to make contact with the afterlife. He's searching for one specific person he thinks he'll find there. For those like Klaus Schreiber, who believe that they've experienced the paranormal, a desire to understand what's happened is often felt on a deeply emotional level. Those who investigate the paranormal are driven by different needs. A scientific desire to find explanations to the seemingly unexplainable, and in the process, to perhaps find the answer to mankind's deepest question. Is there some form of life after death?
I know we live in an age where people say, oh, it's all nonsense. Well, it's not all nonsense. There's something still left that needs explaining, which science at the moment doesn't seem to want to look at.
I can really honestly say I don't believe in ghosts. But yet again, I can't explain to you why these things happen.
There's something to be explained and to be explored. There's a lot we can learn about human behavior from looking at what these things are. I find it fascinating that we might be able to continue on after death. I find it fascinating that people might be able to move objects with their mind, that we can pick up information recorded into the environment potentially.
A lot of the things that's happened here, he can't explain. So it's, to me, the next logical conclusion is there's got to be another force, another entity, something.
But seeing this event, these two events, make me believe that there's got to be something more to life after death than that we bargained for. I think that this encouraged me to believe that maybe this isn't all there is.
To ignore it is to retreat into ignorance. To pursue it is to pursue one of the most baffling, enigmatic mysteries that we have ever confronted about the nature of our being. And in so doing, I think we have an opportunity to take a quantum leap in our understanding of ourselves, indeed, in our understanding of reality itself.
The people who have been touched by the ghost experience wonder why it's happening to them. And investigators continue to search for answers. Their research and technology point to the fact that something is there. Just what that something is has yet to be determined. For Sightings, I'm Tim White. Good night.
Okay, so let's see if it let's see if we can get some Ouija board electronics going with like the guy in the video at the end said he was pointing the camera into the blank screen and it was supposedly doing something. So I mean that was an interesting theory. The guy was like pointing the live camera at a screen that was transmitting the video footage of the camera and then recording that. That's how that one guy was supposedly getting the so essentially right now we're doing the same thing on this screen here, and that the well, maybe it'll start glitching out again. That one night it didn't glitch out, but then the first time I tried it, it was definitely glitching out. Yeah, I can still see the screen flashing at the very end of the tunnel thing. uh, hmm. So I mean, maybe it'll start glitching out again. I don't know. Maybe we should treat it like a Ouija board. No. Yeah, I wonder if I should take the chat thing off the side, if it would make it glitch out more, or if it would glitch out less. It's really not glitching out at all right now. It's just reflecting like normal. Maybe I should take this thing off and. Okay, this is where it should start glitching out hardcore. I'm assuming, maybe not. Let's see. Well, so yeah, I mean it's kind of glitching out there, with but we want it to really glitch out. Let's see. I don't really see anything that looks glitchy or spooky or anything. Kind of looks like there's some like distortion beneath the camera trail when the thing moves. Ready now. Yep. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I still wonder what was making it change colors the other night, you know, or it would turn all orange. The yeah, so it's definitely glitching out pretty slow, but not anything super noticeable. Maybe I should roll one more joint. I was gonna go to sleep after that video, but that last part of the video was interesting, where the guy was making like an infinite loop on the screen, and but with a VHS camera and an old-fashioned TV. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, so I don't see anything going on here. Let's see. I wonder if I make it so my picture's not in the picture, or how do I do this? Okay, well I can do that and then see if it continues. Okay. So yeah, I don't see any glitches so far, but well, that's interesting because it's like deleting each box or something. That's pretty funny. Well, so that's bizarre. I want see. I'm not using any program or anything. There's no software running to make this glitch happen. It's just a glitch that I happen to discover. It looks like it's distorting. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah. So I wonder how long it's gonna do this. Is it gonna like catch back up to where the keep lighting the lighter in the camera, or what? I mean, it seems like it's pretty distorted right now. I mean, maybe it'll make an image of a ghost or something. Yeah, it's definitely getting distorted hardcore. I wonder what. Wonder if it's just because I moved the thing and reversed the order somehow. But I mean, it seems like it looks like it goes on forever. So I mean, it's definitely bizarre. Yeah, a work of art. Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't seem like it would just. I mean, I don't know why it's not repeating like it was, and it's like dismantling or whatever. I don't know if I should let it keep going or put my image back up to the top or just make my image disappear. Hmm. I mean, I think it only goes infinite if my image is in the middle left. That's bizarre though, how it's like distorting it. It's like and how it like seems to like have reversed the order of the screen going in or something. Yeah, this is definitely a strange glitch. I don't think I've seen anybody else do this glitch like this on here. What's that? We're exploring the glitch. Yeah, so that's definitely is it moving? It doesn't. We're trying to make the a glitched out Ouija board screen, so maybe some kind of ghost will appear or something. Let's see. I mean, it does look like there's some kind of movement going on the screen. That's bizarre. I mean, I'm not sure why it's doing that, but it seems to continue. Is it just going like a? I can't tell if it's just. Yeah, it seems like it's a repeating pattern now. The faces on the things, they're just repeating. Oh, it looks like the lighter's still lighting. Well, so that's bizarre. Uh, so now it's just stuck repeating the same motions over and over or something. But yeah, I don't really see anything that looks like any faces or anything like that one video was showing. Let's see. Yeah, so it just keeps going on, I guess. Keep in mind, there's no program running that's doing this. I'm just playing my screen on this screen to. It's just like an optical illusion, but it seems like there's you can manipulate the optical illusion, but I'm still not understanding what the it looks like there's smoke in the background or something. But it's I don't understand what the distortions could be coming from. Basically, uh, they don't seem to be like what. Well, that's interesting. It looked like it moved on the bottom. Yeah. So we're gonna summon up a ghost in the TV. I don't think it'll actually do anything. I'm just joking around. Yeah, I'm surprised it's still like moving and stuff. It seems like it's I mean, I guess the lighter's still lighting. It doesn't really seem like it's glitching out like hardcore or anything though. Like freaking I mean, like the ducks are starting to disappear a little bit on the bottom. Maybe if I make that so I can't see my face in there. Oh, man, it's not letting me. Is it? I can't tell. Oh, okay. So now that's a repeating distortion on the bottom left. Yeah, because that's not me on the bottom. I took my face off the screen, so now it's just a repeating distortion that seems to be repeating. So I wonder if it's doesn't really look like anything. I mean, maybe I should put my face back over on the left side and make it like continue the repeated I mean, it looks like there's kind of an image in the background behind the orange faces, like well, some kind of distortion. It's weird because it's like turning white on the two spots, the top left and the top middle. It's turning white, and then like fucking I mean, this is possibly retarded, but let's see. Yeah, so basically, it just is repeating the infinite glitch. Yeah, because like that's not me at the bottom left. Nah, I'm just smoking some weed that I bought from the store. That's some outdoor weed. Let's see. So I mean, it keeps changing a little bit, but I'm still not seeing anything that looks like something that's not a distortion. Yeah, so somebody ask the screen a ghost question. Maybe it'll start distorting or something. Even more. Okay, so well, it's definitely an interesting glitch. I mean, I wonder how long it just goes on for. I mean, I wonder how it's even happening. I mean, it doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, it kind of does because it's like pointing two mirrors together and putting a camera in the middle. But then you move the camera out of the mirrors and keep the image going, reflecting, and it seems to be continuing. Yeah, I wonder how long this is going to keep going here. Doesn't seem to be. Well, it looks like I turned into an orange blob on every screen except for the bottom left one, which is still kind of like an orange blob. I mean, the ducks disappeared. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be. Well, I mean, the white dot in the center of the middle top screen disappeared. I'm just wondering how long this stupid glitch will keep going on. I mean, it's. I think I'm gonna roll like one more Joey, I guess. Let's see. The roads here. Okay, so I don't know if I should end this episode so retarded, but well, yeah. So okay, so if I put my face on the top, on the middle left, and then it'll start doing the mirror thing again, and then it'll like, like dunk dunk, it'll move each thing like in a consistent manner based on the loop of how long the delay is from me to YouTube. Well, I mean, it doesn't have this. Yep, there's the lighter light. Well, that's definitely interesting. But it seems as though the fucking, I don't think it's gonna distort anywhere. It's just turning black. Yeah. I mean, the orange blips are all still there, but let's see. Okay, so I could do, what should I do here? This, and then this. Oops, that. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so now it'll go infinite again or whatever. I mean, it is kind of art, but not really. So what happens if I like make this go and then let it go infinite for a second, and then like make it so my face is the bottom left again, and then it would make it start retracting, which is, or if I made my face disappear. Yeah, this is my artwork installation. No. Yeah, so it's just glitching out. It's interesting how like the like small like imperfections that begin to occur on in the darkness of the screen. I mean, I don't think it's actually anything supernatural or anything. It's just some kind of glitch. It's just a trick with technology. Why is my thing fucking up? Okay. Okay, I'm at the live part, so. Okay, so now I should make my face disappear. We'll go to the bottom. Okay. Okay, so now my face is at the bottom left. Now it should start glitching backwards, I think. Oh, yep. Okay, so now it's going to glitch backwards. For how long, though? Also, that's bizarre. Because it, like, shifts down just like if it's... But it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I guess it does, but... It's a weird glitch. Very peculiar, Dr. Jones. Okay, well, that was interesting. Like, I'm not seeing nothing crazy here. It needs to, like, glitch out hardcore. If there's ghosts with us, glitch the screen. Yeah, no signs of anything peculiar. Okay, let's see if it glitches out hardcore. I don't think it's gonna. I mean, it kind of is, but it's just like fucking technology. It's not really any. It's not like it's actually doing anything. It's just funny. It's a giant waste of time. This is all a professional filibuster. You've been had. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely distorting. It doesn't, I don't know if that like box thing is moving up more or whatnot, but I mean it. It's definitely a weird glitch. It seems like the lighter thing is still going at the very end of the tunnel. Well, I mean, it's definitely completely different than what the old guy was doing at the end of that video, but I mean, it's similar though. I mean, technically, I should make the screen black though, you know. So I think I'm. Yep. Okay. I'm off the screen now. That's the ghost image of me. Let's see here. Okay, so I mean, technically, I could make the full screen black because the duck emblems on the side. I mean, unless I like, I'm not sure how I would do that. I could like print screen and then make the screen pause for a second, but I don't think that would. Well, I mean, I think that would technically stop all the motion on the mirror images of myself that are infinitely repeating. Yeah, so let's see here. It's definitely interesting. I mean, it's like definitely got a lot of distortion happening in the background, but let's see. So maybe I should like, how should I do this so it makes it all black? Well, maybe I could like duck down and then make it all my face, and then oh, yeah, the glitch. Let's see here. So the glitch just keeps going. I'm not on the camera. The my infinite loop glitch. Okay, well, I probably better just end it here, I guess, because it's not really doing anything crazy or anything. Or what was that? What was I gonna do? The print screen. Okay, let's see if that does something. Yeah, it doesn't appear to have done anything. Damn, I gotta figure out how to make it glitch out more somehow. Let me put my face back over here. Okay, now it should. Oh, damn it. Okay, now it should re-glitch out again. Like a straight line. I mean, technically, I could use geometry and make a calculation of what's actually happening. But I'd have to use my brain, and I don't actually have a brain, so. What is? Was that a British person? I forget who Jonathan Hiller is. Is he British? Okay. Yeah, it's my podcast. I can do what I want. I mean, it does look like there's some distortion on the screen, but not really anything. Okay, so now if I take my face away, but I mean this whole glitch thing, it's like, which way is it? Oh, it looked like it made it distort, I think. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, Welsh. That's it. Yep. Welsh. Yeah. So. Still glitching out, but okay. So I mean, I guess it's like different faces on each panel, and then the one cycles out on the left. The next one comes about. So in 4 shifts, it should have my hat on the screen. On the left. Was it 4 shifts? Or is it always stuck at, well, I guess it's on now. I can't tell if it's just like a repeating a 3-second thing or something, or if it's like, okay, so I'm looking to the right, the start of that one, so, okay, let's get to the shifts. Yeah, I think it's just repeating the same thing over and over again, but it's like glitching out slowly as it's happening. The filibuster continues. Okay. Okay, so let's see. If I make it full screen, when I duck, it'll be dark. So let's see here. Maybe duck. Okay, now I should start glitching out hardcore. Or is it just going to do the same thing over and over again? Damn it. I think I should have dugged and then left it there until it was no longer, whatchamacallit. I mean, it's definitely glitching out more. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's an interesting glitch, but I don't think it's actually gonna do anything. I mean, I could be using this time to like talk about something, but it's my show, so I can do whatever I want. Okay, yeah. So I wonder how long this will go on for. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. So I'm just gonna smoke one last one. See how long. Maybe a ghost will appear in my chair. It doesn't appear to be changing. I'm just sitting here watching it. Okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna go to sleep soon, but I'll let this go for a couple more minutes, see if it glitches out, see if a ghost appears in my chair. This is gonna be like a hidden track on an album. I'll say something cool about conspiracy shit right at the end. I have like a bunch of silence before. Let's see. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I got any raps in my brain. Maybe. Yeah, so it's still glitching, but not really much is happening. Okay. What's that thing you're not supposed to say in the mirror? Uh, Bloody Mary or something. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. Yeah, the red rum. Yeah, nothing appears to be changing besides it's just getting darker and darker, which, well, it looked like there was some kind of glow above the left box thing that right there. But that's just part of the glitch. Uh, okay, yeah, so I don't think it's gonna really glitch out anymore. They told me on Reddit if I did this, the devil would appear. Nah. Okay, so the devil hasn't appeared yet. So let's see. We'll wait about 10 or 20 more minutes. Yeah. Uh, Maybe I should have like lit the lighter or something when I flashed my screen or something. Maybe that would hmm. Uh, well, I'm running out of ideas here. What if there's a way to make the screen staticky or something? Yeah, so I mean, it's still glitching in the far background, but it's not really like doing anything cool or crazy or anything. Yeah. Well, so Well, yeah, I'm trying to think of how I could glitch it out more, but I'm not really sure if it'll actually do anything crazy like before. Alright, well, maybe I'll put the thing to the side again, and then we could do the repeating tunnel thing again. Yeah, so we're compartmentalizing data right now. My girlfriend thought the chair thing was like a hand pointing to the left. She says I'm retarded. That's not what my mom tells me. Cool. Okay, yeah, so now let's go around. Yeah, the brass eye. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, this. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. So I guess once it gets into the full like hallway illusion, then I'll try to adjust the screen for the see if I can get it to glitch differently or something. You know. Okay. Yeah. So. I'm speculating on what to how to make it glitch out more. You know. I mean, because if I remove my profile thing on the left side, then it'll just make all the boxes move to the left and shift down. But that's, well, if I should, no, that's if I, well, I don't think anything will really happen if I don't like freaking, okay, I got an idea. Okay. We're going to put fire in front of the camera, and then let go. Whoops. Oh my. What do we got here? Fire in front of it. And then shift it back over to this one. Okay, so now it's on a loop. Oh, no, I didn't want my face in there, but okay. Let's see if it distorts, makes anything cool, or if it'll just keep repeating permanently. I don't know if it's distorted or not. Maybe the Grim Reaper will show up. Okay, well, doesn't seem to be feeling any sort of distortion as much as I would have thought, I guess. So it's just repeating the same thing. I wonder what just gotta make a way to. What if I had like 3 screens and then no. There's gotta be a way to make it glitch out somehow even more than just the mirror thing and just the repeating loop thing. I mean, it's definitely a bizarre. I think I'm retarded. Yeah, so I think I still see my face in the glitch, but like getting more and more glitchy, I guess. Yeah, I figured maybe this will like count as pyromancy. No. Bristol Chukla. I mean, I guess it is art, but not really like in the traditional sense. I mean, it seems like the blue on the name is distorting quick, but just getting more and more blurry. Okay, yeah. So if we say some kind of incantation, maybe. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Yeah, it's definitely not really distorting much. I don't think I can't tell it. It's all just kind of blurry. Okay, so let's see. Walt Dismal. Yeah. This is how people do this in video games. They find glitches. Maybe we can find some kind of glitch with the mirrored camera effect. That's, I mean, it'd be cool if it was like crashing YouTube servers or something, but it's definitely not doing that. It's just some kind of camera glitch. Like when my friend crashed the server playing Magic cards in the Magic card game because he did some kind of repeating combo that went all around over and over the whole game or some shit, and the server crashed. He was just playing. He played this card where, what was it? When something goes to the discard pile, the card comes out of the discard pile into the game, and that and then he had a card where it was like every time something was targeted, that it would die and go to the discard pile, and then so it like triggered some kind of like infinite loop between all the players where, how did that go? I think it was like I forget what combo set it all off, but the story was definitely really funny because that happened like 2004 or something, 2008 or something. The Magic server, the video game. No, I definitely can't see my face anymore. Yeah. The old technology divination. Yeah, so we're trying to summon Epstein's ghost, and that's summon Epstein's ghost on the computer glitch. No, I haven't played those games. This is some kind of like card game or something. Yeah, maybe I could like put a video on the screen and then it would. Well, I think it would just. All right, let's try to put a video on the screen and see if we can get it repeating. Let's see, which one should we do? Do another episode of sightings. Okay, fuck it. Let's see if this will repeat. Well, so wait a minute. What? No, because if I play it and then how will that work? Because it's not playing on the screen. It would be playing, and then it would just repeating the image. So I have to like add it while it's. Okay.
The following program deals with controversial subjects. The theories expressed are not the only possible interpretation. The viewer is invited to make a judgment based on all available information. Tonight on Sightings, is the planet Earth on a countdown to doomsday? The loss of life.
Okay. Wait, so is it just going to repeat this over and over? Oh, well, that's funny. Okay, so I got it on a loop of that. Maybe I should play it again and then get a longer loop. Let's see. Should play this.
Staggering. We uncover the startling evidence. Then, a Russian fighter pilot who survived a frightening close encounter with a UFO. And our psychic makes contact with a sinister ghost molester. It is still the truth.
Okay, well that ended up on a fucked up part. Okay, so now it's on a loop with that weird mustache dude. But I don't know if it's gonna distort. Does it look like it's distorting? Maybe we're gonna summon up his ghost, yeah. With the infinite YouTube loop. Yeah, it looks like it's distorting already, but not like super crazy or anything. Alright. Yeah, so glitches in technology is weird. It's a weird subject. That's how you get like infinite video game combos and stuff. I mean, that's all that hacking is making an infinite combo. You know, I mean, well, I mean to crash the system or something. I mean, like I don't know how to hack, but one of my friends told me that it's like, well, that's interesting. That happens all the time with the magic cards. Just find some sort of stupid infinite loop thing, and and then you win the game. You know, it'd be like if you like found like say you found some kind of infinite loop with like mercury or something. You put the mercury on the silver, it dissolves the silver, and then you like. I'm just theoretically speaking. I'm not saying that there's some kind of infinite loop with some kind of metal oxidation process or well, no, I don't think mercury oxidizes. I mean, like if you put mercury on aluminum, it does something. It freaking it makes the aluminum like dissolve or something. And so I wonder if like there would. Well, I can't think of like a literal metal type of infinite combo, but yeah, the So I wonder how long this will just go on distorting until it's just like a blank screen or something. Yep. This is why my 6,000 subscribers won't show up. Yeah, so this is a serious discussion we're having here. Okay, so maybe I'll just put the video back in. Yeah, this glitch isn't going anywhere. We want Bloody Mary. No. So I wonder if I play the video on the screen and then put my face
younger girls.
side. No, because it's not on the TV. Okay. Okay, so now I got it glitching out with aliens. Let's see. So I mean, it's a weird glitch. It doesn't really. I mean, it's obvious. It's all just a glitch. It's retarded, but I'm still not sure how it's happening exactly. I mean, I know there's like a. That's what I'm trying to figure out. It's like since there's a delay, and that the screen is on the screen, which is then on the screen. There's Beavis and Butthead moment. Yeah, freaking So if I then make it so my image is at the bottom left, then it'll make that far screen that keeps repeating, then start moving in, I think. Or does it only do it for the amount of time of how long the loop is going? An owl. Oh, I didn't see anything. Yeah, so or if I should let it keep going or let it. I mean, it's weird how it like keeps going farther away. That's interesting. Yeah, nobody else on YouTube is retarded, obviously. Yeah, there's got to be a way to like make it glitch out more somehow. I'm just trying to think of how that could be done. I mean, like, this is my idea about having a virtual hard drive or a virtual a virtual operating system inside of a virtual operating system, repeating infinitely, and then it's like it's creating a strange death, like but it's I don't know what purpose you could do with it. I mean, it's like reminds me of that stupid Minecraft game where it's like, I mean, I've talked about this with Grog. Excuse me. The Minecraft game, you're like going into the game and you're digging these blocks, and like the compartmentalized like the screen within the screen. Each screen is like a block, which that's what the operating system inside of an operating system, infinitely repeating virtual operating system inside of a virtual operating system. I think it's a good idea because it's like people on their computing stuff, they're all just doing all this stuff, they're not thinking outside of the box, and that there's got to be a way to like utilize compartmentalized operating systems to have some sort of purpose, I mean, I speculated having the virtual drive on the virtual operating system could possibly run faster, or I don't know. I mean, that's the thing where it's like, imagine like the what Rupert Sheldrake was talking about the other night, the machines that would you could put electricity in, and the machine would multiply the amount of electricity, and so then, but instead of that, you'd be using you'd be having like a infinite repeating an infinite repeating algorithm. I mean, that's basically what the screen is. When it's like when I play the video and then pause it, it's just it's an algorithm. Like, see, I make the thing go down, and now it's gonna go down over and over. Fucking an algorithm will start. But I mean, technically, this is just an algorithm made out of light from repeating patterns, so it's not like it's. I mean, we're brainstorming right now about conceptualized ideologies. Well, brainstorming of virtual physics. Yeah, because like it's not physics in the real world; it's physics in the computer. And the idea you could like mirror computations. I'm not sure what the. I mean, maybe you could get the computer to compute faster or something. If you have it like, but it would only have one computational thing. Like, say you were to create you were to have each computer inside of the computer computating further into pi, and that it going further into pi. Well, I still don't understand why the screen backs out, like because it was going further out, now it's coming back. It looks like, but like, so you go further into pi, and you have each operating system inside of the operating system calculating pi infinitely, and then it's going like the screen with operating systems that are what the fuck was that called? I was just saying the word. I can't think of the word. A virtual drive inside of a virtual drive. That's what it was. Yeah, so you have the virtual drive inside of virtual drive inside of virtual drive repeating forever. And then you have each one starting a program which is calculating pi. And then it's getting infinitely mirrored out. And I'm trying to think of how to actually use it. I mean, you could like, I mean, if you were like mirroring the calculation somehow, having the calculation, the whole virtual drive thing is. I mean, it's like it's lots of computer nerds know about it, but it's like they never thought about infinitely having a virtual operating system inside of another virtual operating system and continuing it. And it's I mean, it's like say you were. I mean, technically, if you wanted more computation power than what the computer could actually do, and then you were to make it so instead of electricity, which is being used by the computer, you had the computer using something that's faster than electricity to compute, and then I'm sure if I was telling this to Grok would be eating it up, but and then you have instead of electricity, you have like a computer that runs on Spirit or something to computate, because then it could travel faster than the speed of light. The electricity, but instead of electricity, you'd have circuitry with whatever the ghost energy is, or some sort of if you find some way to make light go faster. I mean, that would be another alternative. I mean, because if you heard the Rupert Sheldrake thing the other night, that that light was not a constant, and he goes further into detail in the other lectures where he's not just talking about changes over large periods of time, but also dramatic changes simply from the tests themselves being, they find the median of it all, the average, the yeah, so I mean, this is where like science and all this stuff. They're claiming they're trying to make these new molecules and stuff with the super colliders, and that they're making new elements that are only existing for like a fraction of a second. And if you were to find a new element that could travel faster than later electricity, well, I mean that's the strange thing. Where about the I mean that yeah, if you were to find something that was then it would be the matter of uh having the reaction from the colliding electrons or whatever, or no, the protons or whatever that's in the collider. Yeah, it'd have to be like an engine where it's like consistently making the protons collide, which that would then theoretically consistently make the energy needed for some sort of super computation. If you could find some kind of technique which would hmm, yeah, it's definitely an interesting subject. Let's read how the bottom screen is distorted a little bit. Looks like there's movement on the bottom of the screen. Uh, hmm. Yeah. So I'm not sure what the because I mean technically nothing on the bottom of the screen actually moved, and the top of the screen turning lighter. It doesn't really make sense why it would do that if it was just repeating image. The I mean the distortions would get less and less until it was just the what was I gonna say? The okay, so like this, I was trying to lay out the supercomputer. Yeah, so you had a supercomputer and you could find some sort of thing that would travel faster than light. Theoretically, it would the second theoretically if it could, depending on how much faster than the speed of light it could travel the computation, it could I mean technically it's like uh, say that you take this idea and evolve it like 10 more times, and then and it's like Terrence McKenna says, is like you create a computer which can communicate with the future, and that but the second you made this computer, all of the future would communicate back to the past instantly the second you turned it on. Uh, so it brings about an interesting situation where like if if something traveled faster than reality itself, and that depending on how fast it went, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minutes faster than reality, 5 minutes faster than reality, and then you I mean I'm sure it would start off like that. You make the computer that's some kind of supercomputer. This is all theoretical, by the way, and that it can communicate 1 or 2 minutes into the future, and that because it's whatever the median of the computation, some sort of electricity substitute would go through the processors and all this stuff, and it would be computating faster than but then it's like you would want. It seems like you'd want bigger processors because the farther distance it would take to travel through the processor, the farther in time it would seem. I would assume that it would be able to travel. Well, that begs a big question. I mean, this may all sound crazy, but I'm talking computer physics here, not computer quantum physics, uh, not regular quantum physics, which I never really thought I would ever think about such things so much. I mean, technically, yeah. So say you do build a supercomputer and it can even if it just traveled, the information traveled 1 second into the future, it would still be a huge breakthrough in science, and that this whole idea of, I mean, technically that movie made me think of all this. That fucking what was that Nicolas Cage movie where he's like reading the future? the yeah, so the so then say you advance the computer like tenfold or whatever, and it can travel, that it can communicate in the future 100 years or 1,000 years or something. I mean, it could only communicate in the future as long as it was actually. But then if it got broke in the future, it wouldn't be well. Yeah, if it broke in the future, then it wouldn't be able to communicate back from the future, even if it was. So I mean, technically, you'd have to make the computer out of. You'd have to make it in a in a what is that? Oh, you'd have to make it in a virtual existence, anyways, because well, that's interesting. I mean, so this brings into like simple, like simple parlor tricks, which would then, well, okay. So imagine you have two mirrors. You have them exactly facing each other, and the light, when you look in it, the light's simply reflecting back and forth, and it looks like it's a tunnel or something. But so then take that with the computers, not just like visibly on the screen, but create an operating system like that, where it's like it's like but you would have to have some sort of I mean maybe that would be the way to how would you do that? You like have a computer making the virtual hard drives inside virtual operating systems inside the virtual operating systems, repeating at infinite speed, and then I think I might just be stoned. The AI's got its like ear up to the computer, you know. No. Because I mean, like, so so take a virtual operating system. Technically, you could theoretically, make its computation power more than what your computer would be. But I mean, think of it more of like a hologram, where it's like you have one piece. You can take a hologram and you can take off a corner of it, and that the corner will still contain the entire picture, but it's not in such detail. And so, but you do this with this this virtual operating system theory, where it's like you create a hologram of virtual operating systems that are all computating the same thing, and then you you have it well, you have it mirror out basically, and then you would be able to theoretically see, say if you were having it calculate pi, you'd be able to see a further computation the further you go into the operating system, if at all. How would that work? I mean, well, technically they'd all be going at the same rate. I mean, it would all, the whole thing would depend on it. You'd have to have some sort of computation that's faster than the speed of light, because and then even then it would be, I mean, it kind of reminds you of like the ancient mysteries of like different cultures with mathematics. Like if you take 2 divided by 3, it's 0.6666 repeating forever, or 1 divided by 3, it's 0.3 repeating forever. Or like pi, for example, though, pi is the same thing, but pi, 22 divided by 7, I think is roughly pi, but I don't remember if that's pi exactly. 22 divided by 7. But so pi is an infinite answer, but it's different because it's a moving number that is not a repeating sequence, and that's why pi is so special. And so that's really hard to explain about why pi is used for circle geometry, but it's because it has the infinite repeating pattern that is the infinite pattern that is not repeating. Because there's no, there's people right now working tirelessly with giant computers who are like trying to calculate as far down to pi as farther than anybody else. It's the true test of a computer. The same thing with the fractal Mandelbrot zooms. I think I should put one of those on the screen. But so the fractal Mandelbrot zooms, that's the same thing as having a computer calculating pi down to the farthest decimal. Because remember, there's no, pi does not stop. You cannot find the end of it. And that what was it? Pi is it's a mathematical mystery. And it's much different than the golden ratio. That's just a repeating equation. That's not. It's interesting, but it's not. It's repeating up, not repeating down. Because something that's repeating down like that and then infinitely going is it's normal for 1/3 or 0.3 repeating, but when it's 22 divided by 7, and then it's infinite decimal places, technically you could run a computer off from pi as its program backbone. You have the computer running on pi. It's infinite chaos. It'd be the only way to create an AI. I mean, that sounds silly, but I mean, it's because it's like, I mean, like the Mandelbrot, for example. It's like the Mandelbrot can zoom in forever. It can never stop zooming in, and it's like if you were to like see the universe falling or see the universe moving, it's infinitely moving. And then you create an equation which would which would be the universe, but the equation would be you'd have to make the equation go faster than how far the universe has gone if you were to have the equation of the universe. And so, and then if you did such a thing, then you could technically, well, there's two things you could do. You could technically predict what the universe is going to do, or you could, well, I mean, you'd be able to theoretically see into the future, but it's not that the future is, well, that's the thing about the, what the fuck is that called? The Kurt-Gödel's theorem. Man, I can't think of what that theorem's called. Kurt Gödel, the anti, what the fuck is that theory called? It's basically a theory which, well, it's not a theory, it's proven scientific law that is not a constant, which is very unique for mathematical laws because every mathematical law is a constant except for Kurt Gödel's, whatever the fuck it's called, that fucking European son of a bitch. No, he basically his theorem is imagine something like pi, but it's an equation. It's an equation, and that the and so and that the equation is creating it's almost consistently creating a consistent answer, such as say the answer is 5 or something, and like 99% of the time it's creating an answer that is 5, but then the other 1% of the time it's creating a random number, and that the number is not a repeating number. It's not a consistent pattern. And so, like, imagine if you so imagine if you I'm trying to think of how to describe this. So you have the repeating pattern, and the was it as comparing the repeating patterns. Okay, so you have the one repeating pattern, or no, sorry, I was explaining Kurt Gödel's anti whatchamacallit theorem. What is that called? Because I have to explain it so then I can explain the rest of this whole why it has to do with pi and why Jesus Christ. Where the fuck's my math teacher from high school when I need him? Maybe his ghost will appear on the screen. No. Okay, so Kurt Gödel's theorem. So it's like the theorem. Well, it's not a theorem, but it's a proven scientific formula where it generates a question or an answer that is almost 100% of the time that answer, but then sometimes it's not that answer. And then when it generates the answer that's not that answer, it's only it's not doing it in a consistent way. There's no pattern to it. So say it just moves off one number, and then it just, but it's not. So in a way it's like pi, but in a different uh a different form. It's not like pi. It's a characteristic that matches pi, where it's a repeating number, or it's a repeating thing that's repeating in a chaos way, and there's no other numbers in, or there's no other mathematical things that do that. Nothing. And the only way to that you'd be able to create a how do I even say this? That, I mean, like, say you were to make a model of the universe, and that you're using Kurt Gödel's theorem to model the unknown variables of the creation of the universe, and then you're using pi as like a backbone random number generator to I mean, I'm just trying to like think of how you would calculate this all. I mean, it's maybe I should roll more money. I didn't expect to be on here this long. But so I mean, we're talking about supercomputers, basically. I mean, this is what we're talking about here. Supercomputers, fucking like I remember what was it? There was well, I mean, so like this idea of like how hackers they make a program, then say you click on it, and then this is one of the first computer viruses, but we don't want to visualize a computer virus, we want to visualize the opposite. And and so the computer virus, the first one, you click on it and then it would infinitely open browsers or something, and that it would it would burn out your memory, and it would make your computer crash. And but so what we would want is to do the opposite. Not a computer virus, but like a computer turbocharger. I mean, that's what we're talking about here is because, like, I mean, say you were to have some sort of super computer that was like the ultimate computing machine, literal real AI, not fucking this bullshit that runs on fucking language comparative software that fucking just catalogs everything, and because it's not actually thinking. I mean, to have something that was thinking, it would have to have like a like a virtual engine or something that's like running off from a repeating random number generator, and that it would have to be truly and the only way for it to truly be random would for it to be because a random number generator, Ralph Abraham goes was, if you have a random number generator, it'll randomly generate out fucking the golden ratio, that fucking which is a problem because, well, first of all, mathematically, it's not supposed to do that ever. See, it's doing the opposite of what it should be doing. Which, say you're calculating pi, you don't see any pattern, and it's a giant random number generating equation. But so, what it would be doing, damn it, fucking, I forgot where I was at with that fucking, where was I going with that there? Damn it, I gotta relate that to the Kurt Gödel thing. Okay, yeah, I don't see my math teacher's ghost. Yeah. I'm just joking. The screen isn't moving anymore. No, that's some bullshit. Wait, is it? I gotta see. It doesn't matter. Well, that's interesting. There's like a yellow orangish glow on the top right. That's just the distortion of the duck thing or whatever. Okay, so this random number generator thing. So, oh, I remember. Okay, so the characteristic of pi versus and the characteristic of the Kurt Gödel's theorem or whatever, those are two mathematical laws basically that, you know, it's not really a mathematical law, but it's two mathematical constants that is, but it's a constant not in the way of repeating 9 or some kind of mathematical rule, but it's a constant where you can know that it's going to generate random numbers that are truly random. That, well, I mean, well, that's the thing though. It's like technically pi is not random, but it's like it's a it's a continuous non-algorithmic pattern, and that and then combined with the other continuous non-algorithmic pattern, it would damn it, what the fuck, some kind of computer nerd. I don't know if anybody even knows what I'm talking about. But so I mean, think of these like think of it kind of like a drive shaft, or no, a camshaft for an engine, and then think of it like the timing of the timing of the valves on the pistons, if this helps, where it's like the camshaft of the engine would be the pi calculated out as far as it can go, like a literal moving calculation, where it would be calculating pi nonstop as fast as it could possibly go, and the metaphorical valves on the pistons would be, on this metaphorical engine, would be they would be the timed by the Kurt Gödel's whatchamacallit theorem, where it was like he is using the theorem to prove that mathematics, generally speaking, can break, and that, but to truly have a totally chaotic number generator, you'd have to have fucking you'd have to be running a fucking equation off of Kurt Gödel's equation, because it randomly generates an answer that is not the answer that, so in a way it's I mean, it could be an equation that's predicting some sort of, I don't even know how to explain it, because like I can like, oh, wrong button. Oops, right there. Okay, so it's like the I mean, think about the infinite screen thing again. So I put that back on there because it's like the I mean, look at an equation. An equation will infinitely do the same thing over and over, well, for certain instances. And so, imagine if it's interesting because it's like Kurt Gödel's equation or whatever. It's like it's a legitimate equation, and that it legitimately, you know, will spit out random numbers at random times, which are in no consistent pattern. And the mathematics, that's not how mathematics operates. And so picture Kurt Gödel as like this velociraptor, and that he's testing the fences of mathematics. He's testing the fences. He's trying to get out of this cage of mathematics. And then he finds it. He finds the formula, and fucking he breaks through the cage, the metaphorical cage of mathematics and the laws of mathematics, and fucking I mean, there's fucking not a lot of people I could have this conversation with, so I'm just having the conversation with myself. No, I'm sure. I'm sure somebody might get it, but so it's, I mean, it's detrimental to building a supercomputer, like a super computer, like a real fucking, some kind of all-knowing fucking, not necessarily all-knowing, but it would be, I mean, technically you could like possibly, well, so I mean, technically, if you were to look at Kurt Gödel's equation, I mean, technically he built an equation that can sense when the laws of mathematics are not fully in place. And so imagine you were to make some sort of computer, and that you're using the equation, and that the equation only senses one thing, and that it's because it's the equation. It's hard to explain, but like the equation itself, not consistently spitting out the same answer. Uh, it's like it's like, how do I even put it? It's like fucking it's like it's sensing when reality breaks, and that if you were to have some sort of if you were to have a program running the equation nonstop over and over, say you were to run the program in one of these this whole virtual operating system within a virtual operating system concept, and you're running the equation, the Kurt Gödel equation, and fucking, and that each cell of the operating system, each replica of it would be running the same equation, and then you could see in the different you'd have to have it so you'd be able to see the which one of the compartmentalized operating systems, the virtual operating systems would be running, would be consistently not having the or how do I, it's like the ones that were in the virtual operating systems. It's like some of them would be different. It wouldn't just be spitting out. I mean, technically, a majority of them would be spitting out the same equation, but it's like because of the equation's uniqueness, that it would randomly be spitting out different answers on different compartments of the fucking the mirrored, basically like a mirrored operating system that's all running the same shit all at the same time, and then it's all mirrored, and that you know, I mean, so that's the thing. It's like, I mean, basically what you'd be building would be something that would something that would be able to sense the breaking of the fabric of the universe. I mean, imagine like instead of like a weather thermometer or something, you look at this moving equation that's able to predict. Basically, it would be predicting when you would have the best luck for magic. I mean, that's. I mean, that's what it boils down to. I mean, and it's funny too, because like I had a bunch of silence for a long time, so now there's like the hidden rock track, you know, on the album. I probably better just go to sleep. But so I mean that's I mean I'd say that's a pretty good note to end on. I'm just pretty sure that I will fall asleep and forget this all ever happens. Let's see here. Okay. Where the fuck's that one dude at? What's his name? I haven't seen him in a while. The how do I spell it? Godels? What was I getting at? Damn it, I still cannot think of that. That fucking the name of his equation. And I probably could have Googled it by now. Fucking damn it. Harry's complaining that I was promoting John Allegro. We were analyzing. We don't promote things. We just analyze. Well, technically, we promote peace. We don't want fucking bunch of fucking Marxists and their fucking violence and all that shit. Fucking. That's what's sad about the world. People that think that violence is the answer. Violence is definitely not the answer for anything because there's no enemies in the world. I mean, I do talk a lot of trash about the Islams and fucking Nazis and stuff, but the same with the communists. But so I talk a lot of trash about them, but so they're all just giant victims of misunderstanding. That I mean, basically. I mean, even like racism is it's a misunderstanding. People think that they have some kind of encounter with someone or something, and then they just instantly judge the whole rest of the people. You know, I mean that's just ridiculous. Okay, back to the math. The math theory here with the I gotta look the name of that theorem. Actually, I gotta go through that whole theorem. The I mean, it's been proven accurate. I mean, so I mean, okay. So let me lay out something here. Since we're talking about infinite shit on the screen. Okay, so there's an equation called the burnt pancake equation. The equation was that you had an infinite number of burnt pancakes, and but they were only burnt on one side, and then you had to flip all the pancakes to one side, and that was the whole equation, and that fucking nobody could ever solve that equation except that fucking at some point. This is why my crazy conspiracies about my crazy theories about computers are relevant, because at some point somebody made a computer with some kind of bacteria. They programmed the bacteria to be a computer, and then and this is real too. They made a computer with E. coli bacteria. You can look it up, and they used that computer to literally solve the pancake equation, which no one's ever solved. I remember when that equation wasn't solved, and then they solved it, and I'm like, oh, what? I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, they solved the fucking pancake equation with the fucking bacteria. Like, I mean, that's what's crazy. And so, like, this pancake equation, it's similar to what we're talking about, because we're talking about mirrored existences with different. Where the fuck's my mirrored? Where was I going with that thing about the? I mean, so well. There's an interesting thing about like I mean, like say you did have an equation of the universe that because the universe is moving and it's all moving and stuff, that the equation would have to be a living equation, like a real time equation, kind of like the national debt clock or some shit, but like where it's like constantly moving, where I mean, technically, I should put that on the screen. No. But so, what was I getting at? Yeah, so I mean, technically, if you were to try to generate true random thought or something in a computer model of some kind of like robot brain or something, it would have to have that Kurt Gödel equation built into its operating system, because like I mean that seems to be one of the variables for life, quote unquote. I mean, that's the thing. It's like he made the equation, but he didn't know why it was different sometimes, and nobody does, and that there's no logical explanation. Imagine, like geometry and stuff is the most sound system. The numbers, they can't, you can't bend the numbers and stuff. And that, it's like, the equation is, well, I mean, it just boggles my mind. I've been thinking about this equation for years. I heard about it like 20 years ago, and fucking when I was working on this other equation, and like I swear I almost solved that one equation, but I mean, Grok technically said I solved it, and then Grok took it back, and like, oh, I lied to you 30 times. Like what? Like what the fuck, Grok? Like fucking but it was weird because it did it well, I don't know, it was weird. It was I think that the I don't know, maybe I'm just retarded. Okay, yeah, so what was I thinking about this equation? I mean, so like, think about like, those robots they'd have in like the 1800s that would, like draw their name on a piece of paper or something. I mean, that's like imagine a robot that could do stuff, but that because it had like a true chaos equation running as part of the operating system, it would be able to do more than simply analyze and stuff. It would have an unpredictable variable, which would possibly constitute like a way to make it so you could have a program that could literally think, and that it would, I mean, that's the thing where it's like, because I mean, like, it's interesting because like if the it's like whatever the variable is that is making the Kurt Gödel's equation not function properly. I mean, technically there's nothing wrong with the equation. It's like, but it's like in the laws of mathematics that any equation that you have, unless it's something like unless it's something like well, I mean, even pi is the same answer over and over again. It's just that they haven't fully went as far down as they could go, but like, I mean, technically it's never been answered, I guess, because they've never drawn out the whole number. But I mean, because what if the number does stop for pi? That's what's different about pi and the other thing. They both have similar characteristics, but the Kurt Gödel thing, that's like a well, I mean, it's literally breaking the laws of mathematics. I mean, like literally, it's breaking all the laws of mathematics. It's like imagine if I mean, to boil it down to something simple, it's like imagine 9 times 9 equaling 81, but every once in a while, for some random reason, it equals 82, and it's like, well, what the fuck? This is impossible. This isn't. This is not probable. It's not. It's not an option in the mathematical language. There's no. There's basically like, in a way, it's like Kurt Gödel's formula is supernatural, because it's literally violating all the laws of mathematics, and that, but it's only doing it at a random chaotic time, and that and I guarantee that the because there's well, that's what it sucks about where, what was it, the Ralph Abraham would know what the fuck I'm talking about, but the but like so but I mean, so like Ralph Abraham, his random number, his random number generator, it wasn't really random number generator truly, because if it was spewing out if it was spewing out uh a consistent uh golden ratio pattern in the random number generator, then it's obviously not fucking random, and so it wouldn't be a true random number generator. You see what I'm saying? But like, I mean, I'd have to know more about his random number generator, but like, the I swear I got somewhere. Goddamn fucking even already somewhere. Well, maybe I'll smoke one more cigarette. I don't think I should smoke. Another joint, I already smoked like a million. Okay, so I'm gonna have to end it with a cigarette. Sit here any longer. I was on JJ's podcast for 3 hours. Fucking, I was pretty stoned, so I didn't really say much. But I mean, it was definitely good to hang out. Yeah, that one dude, I forget his name, he had some good insights. What the fuck did that cigarette really go? There it is. Okay, so yeah, okay, so Terrence McKenna talks about, and we're not going to be talking about aliens, but he talks about, well, I mean, I'm not trying to talk about aliens. So he talks about how if you were to look for alien life, you would look for something that's not, that's not, excuse me, that's unique to, that's unique to the environment. And so, mathematically speaking, the Kurt Gödel formula it's unique to its environment. And I'm not saying that the formula is sensing aliens or some shit, but like what I'm saying is that that like for mathematics, it's like pi is a unique. I didn't notice my pi is a unique equation, and that Kurt Gödel's formula is a very unique equation. I would say the most unique equation, and that it's like, think of what is that called? Think of the Mandelbrot set, and then think of having a supercomputer, and the Mandelbrot set is calculating out to as far as it can go, but at the same time, you have the you have you have pi simultaneously calculating out as far as it can go, but it all has to start at the same time. So you have those two going at the same time, and then you have Kurt Gödel's equation infinitely looped out at the same time, and then you what was that other one? And then you would use these as well. Then you would have pi, Kurt Gödel's, the other one, the golden ratio, which is the Fibonacci sequence. You have that going as well. But so the Fibonacci sequence and the Fibonacci sequence would be like the reality constant. Consider that like time in the equation, and then you would have like pi would represent forward. Wait, no. Yeah, pi would be forward in time. Then the Mandelbrot would be, no, how did that go? Maybe those would be on both forward. But then the Kurt, no, they would be backwards. No, I don't. Either way, you'd have the same those three equations going maxed out in computation, and then simultaneously, and you'd have to have this for a something that would to calculate reality, because the two would be constants, and that the how do I put this? Well, I don't think you'd actually need all. Well, okay, so I mean, this all sounds very strange, but like, I'm just gonna have to build it with some fucking stupid, whatchamacallit, the code stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like get the books or something. But so, yeah, because there's no way I want to write all this shit down. Some fucking equations. I'm not that well versed in the anymore. I mean, so this is all theoretical. And it does have to do with the supercomputer, because you would need a program which was it would have to operate a certain way. It would have to it would have, the program would have to be like the fucking it would have to be like the fucking what the fuck is that called? That the what the fuck is that called? Damn it, I haven't been to college in so long. What the fuck is that called? The it would be like the oh damn it, you guys don't know what the fuck this equation is. It's the it's in the same category as the burnt pancake equation. But it's still unsolved. The wait, I think I got it bookmarked. Hold on. Yeah, the what the fuck is that called? The damn it. Let me think of the name of it just for reference. I can't. Oh, the Navier-Stokes equation. That's it. Okay, so the Navier-Stokes equation. So you've already heard the burnt pancake equation, which that would probably also be incorporated with the whole operating system of the supercomputer. But so the Navier-Stokes equation is an equation which is supposed to mimic water movement, but so or electrons or atoms, excuse me. And so like, because I mean, the only purpose of building a supercomputer would be to compute reality itself, like to the fullest. I mean, theoretically, that's what these fucking minds and shit were doing. You know, they were calculating, but they were only doing it in like a 1D perception. They were only doing it for stars. They were only doing it for time. They were calculating time backwards and forwards, and they were calculating where the stars would be, the locations. And the it's like mankind thinks that going into outer space would be conquering the universe. That's definitely not. That's definitely not the situation. I mean, like, I mean, technically, the what I'm also talking about here is kind of has to do with string theory, but it doesn't. But it does. Well, no. Well, it kind of does because, or it has to do with the paranormal because not only would you want to calculate all the laws of the universe, but you'd want to be able to calculate any supernatural occurrences. And that's where the Kurt Gödel theorem would come into play because, I mean, mathematically, it would be generating, random occurrences, which it would mathematically show where a break in the mechanics of the universe would happen. I mean, so like, which has to do with it all because if the universe just came out of nowhere, like they say, there was nothing and then something, and some kind of god made the universe or something, that there would obviously be if you were to run the calculation to the beginning of the universe, you would find that the numbers would well, at the end of the calculation, that the mathematical ghost detector would every answer on the mirrored Kurt Gödel equations would all spring random numbers all at the same time. So therefore, that I mean, I'm theoretically speaking. I'm gonna have to talk to that one dude on Twitter. He might be able to build some kind of well, okay, so I mean, this is interesting too because if you were to have the equation for the universe and all of its moving parts and the expansion, so on and so forth, that if there was a predicted end of the universe type scenario, you'd be able to calculate it out. I mean, so I mean it's interesting because the say that the Big Bang theory was real. Say it's real. We'll just play around with it. Say it's real. So they say energy can never be what is that word? Can never be destroyed. Energy can never be destroyed, and they say it's a constant. But if energy wasn't a constant, and if the Big Bang was real, then the universe would exponentially run out of energy, and so the universe would stop spinning eventually, or I mean theoretically, and that the I don't think I should smoke. No, I'm gonna go to sleep. But so how was I gonna? I mean, technically, this repeating glitch kind of made me think of all this geometry and stuff. Well, I mean, it's more like Well, I mean, so that's the thing about magic cards. It's like you play the combo. You say you got an infinite repeating combo, and somebody else has an infinite repeating combo. And keep in mind, this is all relevant because they showed in the video that you could make a program with the cards, and that, I mean, technically you could. I mean, so say you were to build off from mathematical constants, such as the constant of pi and the calculation of it to the furthest point, and that the same with the constant of the uh, Mandelbrot set, which should be calculated out to its furthest point. But the Mandelbrot set differs from pi, where pi's a not repeating pattern, and that the Mandelbrot set is a repeating pattern, which then creates more repeating patterns in a holographic way, which is very complex and has to do with Kabbalism. But so, because Kabbalism is all about mathematics, it's that's what people aren't understanding. The because everybody's like, oh, gematria is nothing. Well, it's like, well, if gematria was nothing, then they wouldn't be putting certain numbers that are in the Mandelbrot set in their fucking gematria. They wouldn't be having portions of pi in the gematria. The I mean, like, all the calculating, it's very, it's like when if you were to look for something that was how do I even say this? It's like if you were to build upon these principles of mathematics, and then you would have to use them to create a model of the universe. I mean, that's a given, because these repeating patterns are well, I mean, that's, I don't know, it's just a strange thing. I'm gonna have to re-listen to this tomorrow and write this shit down. The Fibonacci is 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 21 plus 13, 31, 34 plus 21, 50, wait, 55, 55 plus 34, I think it was. You get the idea. And then the pi 3.1457 or something. I mean, but so, like, okay, so those are important for this operating system that we're talking about for the supercomputer, because the Fibonacci would be the constant of positive mathematics, or repeating mathematics, and that and that pi would be the constant of chaos mathematics. But then the in-between equation, the Kurt-Gödel equation, would be it would be a third, because it's not a constant repeating thing, and it's not a constant it's not a constant chaos number. So it's in between. It's almost a constant equation, but then randomly it spits out a strange number. And so this is relevant because if you were to measure the universe, that the how would I even put this? It's like, I mean, yeah, I don't think I can smoke super stoned. Well, I guess I'm gonna leave it at that because it's a huge riddle and it's more than my brain can. Well, I don't have a brain, so. But I mean, so I mean, take that all into perspective when thinking of, that's why I've always caught interest in the gematria, not in the modern sense, but in the people hiding mathematical equations and things, which I find odd. Like, who the fuck is going around hiding a mathematical equation or something? Nobody's gonna be sitting there writing some fucking Bible, or and they're just happen to be, uh, certain numbers that are in fucking the whatchamacallit, the Fibonacci, or same thing with certain numbers of pi being in it. It's not something that just randomly happens. Those are extremely rare numbers. They're very unique, and that there's algorithms that are very unique and consistent with certain numbers, and that the I mean, our understanding of the universe is so limited. I mean, we haven't even uh, delved into the full madness of the infinite equations that could, because, like, I mean, 'cause science, they say science is advanced so far and all this stuff, blah blah. But well, in the field of mathematics, it's came to a grinding halt, and that people such as Pythagoras, who supposedly made the x squared plus y squared equals, x cubed plus y cubed equals z cubed, I think it is. That equation was not something that he made up. It's something that was taught to him by someone else. And that those ancient secret societies that built the pyramids knew those equations. And they knew all the equations, because they wouldn't have been able to build that pyramid the way they did, and they wouldn't have been able to lay out the foundation, even just to map out the foundation and stuff. They made it exactly 1/2 degree latitude by 1/2 degree longitude, and that they did it in the north face of the Great Pyramid is exactly the ratio of of the rate of change of the distance between the two longitude lines running north and south. Because when they go to the North Pole, the gap between the lines gets smaller and smaller, and that when you measure the sides of the pyramid and the ratio of the distance, the ratio and the distance between the north face and the south face, it's it's exactly the ratio of, if you were to look on Google Earth and go to the, it's impossible. They knew the size of the Earth, and they exactly calculated it, and that they had precision star alignments. They through the tunnels in the pyramid where they could see the stars during the day. through the tunnels. Just like if you were to stand at the bottom of a well or something, you could see the faint stars, and that it's like well, I mean that's the thing with the whole mysteries of it all. It's like it fell into the profane, and that they didn't understand the equations, they didn't understand anything about the model of the universe that the ancient man had built, and so that it all fell into these stories of religion, which were profaning of the original science. That the science itself was a grand mastery and understanding of the universe, and that they referred to they referred to this as like I mean that doesn't matter, but this whole thing is well, I mean, imagine you were to try to define God or all this stuff. I mean, you could say the creator of the universe. That's a perfectly clear definition. But then imagine if you were that. Imagine if that wasn't good enough, and you're like, oh well, I want more. I want mathematical proof, and I mean, that's where this is all kind of getting at, I guess, is that I mean, there's no I don't know. It's just strange that whole Kurt Gödel's theorem. There's no scientific, there's no mathematical explanation for why it does what it does. That equation. I mean, they might as well call it the fucking Ouija board equation. Well, I guess I'm going to sleep. All right. Peace out. Push the like button. Also, well, everybody always judges Terrence McKenna. You should probably give him a listen. You know, you can skip through the stoned ape stuff, and but he does speak about certain stuff, which really is, it's very interesting. It's like very ahead of his time. And then I think that he inadvertently was, warning humanity about certain things, which he thought were. I mean, I think Terrence McKenna he's so smart but so dumb at the same time, just because it's like he didn't really buy into all this new age stuff. He could see that it was, but at the same time, it's like it's not that he wanted certain stuff. He was predicting what would happen, the rise of the techno pagans, the changes in culture, the nonstop intertwining of reality, which would create endless new things, which would then bring about a situation for mankind which would have many variables which are all of a sudden unaccounted for, and so thus new things emerge, and that like upon these emergence of infinite new things, that society, Terrence McKenna predicted that society and things would change in a way that no one could predict, and he a lot more elaborate than how I just said it, but so I mean, that's what's interesting about you know, I mean, say there was some kind of future, and the future mankind was like, we got to stop the past from, you know, polluting the world and stuff. And then future mankind travels back in time to try to, you know, stop mankind from destroying the planet or something. And that, I mean, the whole thing is, you know, it's people. I mean, the whole mankind launching the space thing. I mean, it's just fucked up. It's like all these occultists, right? Star Trek and all this bullshit. And fucking, there's all this huge conspiracy with UFOs and space programs, and it's like, you know, what if they are in space right now? What if there's fleets of people in space? We don't even know it. And what if they really are trying to? Well, I mean, that's all. I think it's all bullshit, but I don't know. All right, I'm going to sleep. All right, peace. Wait, let's see. All right, well, I'm going to sleep. All right. Okay. Is it gonna do the thing? Oh, there it goes. Do. All right. Good night. I spent way too much time being stupid. I might knock podcast for a minute. Just I can't get any research done. I gotta fix my car and stuff. All right. Peace.